Hello, and welcome to this, our live stream, number 148. Christian Marriage, Meant to Endure. This is, of course, a contrasting title to our Monday video, which was Egyptian, Egyptian Marriage, a Revolving Door. And if you want to get into that, you can go watch that Monday video, which is quite interesting. Okay, so we're here to take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible, just like we do every Friday evening. And we have got a full stack of super chats today. I think we got something like 40 coming into this. So we're going to be busy tonight. We're going to be really busy. Okay, rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. Given how many we have, even before we've started here, we are probably going to pedal through things a little faster than we normally do. But we also take non-super chats. And if you want to give us a non-super chat, that's fine. Put a Q and a colon to basically at the beginning of the question so that we know it's directed to us. If that Q and a colon isn't there, it might as well be invisible. We don't see it. Okay? Second is, the only post the question once. Question spamming will be instantly disqualified for the duration of the live stream. So, even if you think it dropped off, don't repost it. Unless we ask you to. Third thing is that if it has to do with some verse in the Bible, and this applies to super chats and non-super chats, or it's a something in an ancient language, we need a little context. So, in the case of something in the Bible, give us the book it's from, the chapter, and the verse. And if it is something to do with an ancient language, tell us what language it's in and what you think it means. That just helps us to narrow things down a bit. With that said, let's get into the questions. We're going to start the night here with 4 non-super chats, and they're pretty quick, so we should be able to get through them pretty quickly. First one here is from Ernie Stanley. Have you seen Neo Genesis Evangelion? If so, what are your thoughts about the series? I have seen 4 episodes of Evangelion. I have a really, really hard time getting into this one. This one just doesn't grab my attention. I know there's a lot of diehard fans of Evangelion. I'm just not one of them. It's just, for me, another giant robot anime with very iffy writing. So, not a fan. I try to, every so often I try again to watch Evangelion. I just cannot do it. I just cannot get into it. I mean, even comparison to some of the older ones, and it's not the fact that it's an old anime. I like old animes. I am that old school anime fan from the 1980s. I mean, that's where I cut my teeth on anime. I mean, I was into like Gundam and War in the Pocket, and even Macross. I was into Maison Ikoku and Kimagure Onjrodo. I was into the old classic animes like, even The Wings of Honomise, Akira, so I love classic old anime. But that's because classic old anime had something to it. It had writing, it had strong writing, it had heart. Evangelion just was high production values with no great storyline attached. So, I just couldn't get into it. Just Darkblade. Yeah, Darkblade says you're dating yourself. I've never heard of any of these. Yeah, well, I probably am.
Darkly.
um, I never got into Astro Boy, but I heard of it. I watched a couple episodes of Astro Boy when I was a kid. Okay. Um, but I was more, by the time I was watching Astro Boy, I was almost more into Gotchaman. That's better known as Battle of the Planets, which, by the way, is a huge series in the Japanese. Huge. And really violent. Okay, it's really violent. Which one? BC. So much blood. Rivers of blood. That's all I remember of Evangelion. Jack Ray says Robotech. I actually preferred the Japanese over the Carl Masek dubs. Okay. So I liked this individual series like Matt Cross, Southern Cross, Genesis Climber Mospeda. I like the original series. And Macro series is actually now like 7 or 8 series now. I mean, it's a huge franchise all of its own. It's a much better franchise than Robotech's butchering ever was. Have I seen Akira? Yes, and I love Akira. Akira is one of the greatest films ever made. One of the greatest films ever made, let alone anime. It's a beautiful masterpiece. And the comics are even better. Okay? Which is hard to believe because Akira was so good. One of the things was that the comics, which was a 5-volume graphic novel set, is an expansion by the original animator of the movie. So it's a beautifully done set. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. Love Akira. I think I even have volume 1 in my bookshelf here still. So let's see here. Matthew Scarberg says Evangelion was rough. Like it starts all generic and decent, then absolute violence and blood suddenly. Yeah, that's not my tastes. Just so plot confusing too. Now that I will agree with. It's not well written. It's just not well written. Okay, so we're gonna move on here. So yes, I have seen part of it. Just can't get into it. Yeah. So next one here is going to be up here. From Wormius. And he asks, does John 20:12 suggest Jesus is the Ark of the Covenant? Interesting question. All right, let's pull up our Bible here. And we've got to John 20 already here, and we'll go to verse 12. Okay. Verse 11 says, but Mary was standing outside the tomb weeping. And so, as she wept, she stood and looked into the tomb. And she beheld 2 angels in white sitting, one at the head, one at the foot, where the body of Jesus had been lying. All right. Now, this is the interesting bit. There is ark imagery here. But it's not that Jesus is the Ark of the Covenant. Okay, now let me tease this out a bit, and you'll understand why. You do have with the Ark of the Covenant 2 cherubim facing each other, and between the wings is the presence of the Shekinah glory. Now, if you follow along with the Ark narrative, the Ark is taken to the temple. And the Shekinah glory leaves from between the wings of the cherubim to fill the temple. So the Shekinah glory is no longer between the wings of the cherubim on the Ark of the Covenant. So in that respect, the presence of the 2 angels here is to show that Jesus is no longer there. Just like the Ark. So, just like the Shekinah glory is no longer between the wings of the cherubim on the ark, the body of Jesus and the risen Lord is no longer between the 2 angels here. So it is ark imagery, But it's not that Jesus Christ is the Ark of the Covenant, but he is filling the typology of the Shekinah glory, the presence of God himself. So, anyway, I hope that explains it. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated and fascinating question. Okay, the next one here is from a TV Fanatic, who asks, how do we interpret the walls of water during the sea crossing? Exodus 14:22. I believe you stated in the past that this is commonly exaggerated. Yes, it is. At least its height is exaggerated. Now let's pull up the passage here just to give it a quick read. This is 14:22. Pull up the Bible here again. And the sons of Israel went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and the waters were like a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Okay. Now, here's what we have to understand about walls in the ancient Near East. There's more than one kind of wall. The exaggeration here is twofold. One, that it's a straight up vertical wall. Now, certainly they did make walls like this in the ancient Near East, but it's not the only kind of wall. And in fact, what the wall here is more indicative of, it's a koma. It's more of a temenos wall. Now, a temenos is a demarcation of sacred space. And oftentimes what they would do is they would build a wall at an angle. Sometimes it would be like a hill or a little incline on a raised mound, but it would tend to be a demarcation that's that sort of slanted. So you want to picture here not so much straight vertical walls, but sort of slanted at angles. And so the water's being pushed back at an angle, which would make sense because this is a wind set down. The wind is driving the waters back. It's pushing the waters away. So, and we're talking here a body of water that's about 20 to 40 feet deep. So this is not like 10-story walls hovering above you like you see on the Ten Commandments. No, not that kind of... Nobody in their right mind would drive a chariot in between two narrow walls of 10-story tall water. No one would do it. Yeah. I think think of this more like the height of a 2-story building, not a 10-story building. You know, kind of like if you live in an apartment, maybe the apartment across the street, you know, it's distant, it's far away, it's not that tall. And it's sloped at an angle, so you're not going to get claustrophobia driving between it. So this is sort of what's being suggested here, is that these are sort of temenos, kind of pushing back of the water. So think more temenos as opposed to, say, temple walls. All right? So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much, the question, non-super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, and the fourth non-super chat here is going to be 735. Okay, it's going to be this one here from Let Me Explain, Followers of the Shepherd. In Numbers 35, 16 to 18, it states individually that killing with an iron object, stone, wood object deserves the death penalty. But why it say individually in that way? It did. Any special context? Let's pull up. Numbers 35. And 16. Okay. Now, this is in context to the refuge cities. Basically, somebody kills somebody, and then runs to a refuge city. Okay, because they feared clan retribution, essentially. So let's start here at verse 14. And it says, "You shall give 3 cities across the Jordan, and 3 cities in the land of Canaan. They are to be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be for refuge for the sons of Israel, and for the alien, and for the sojourner among them, that anyone who kills a person unintentionally may flee there." And that's the key point here, is it has to be an unintentional homicide to qualify you to go to those cities. Verse 17, "And if he struck down with a stone in the hand, by which he may die, and as a result he died, he is a murderer. Murder shall be put to death. Or if he struck him with a wooden object in the hand, by which he may die, as a result he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death." And 19, "The blood avenger shall put the murderer to death, and he shall put him to death when he meets him. And if he pushed him in hatred, or threw him at lying in wait, and as a result he died, or if he struck him with his hand in enmity, and as a result he died." Okay, so here's what it's laying out here. It's laying out here the circumstances where you can be pretty darn sure it was a murder. Okay? So it's just sort of using this sort of case law to sort of say, okay, if the guy picked up a stone and bopped the other guy in the head and he dies, you're a murderer because you used a weapon. If you had a stick and you bopped him in the head and he dies, you're still a murderer. Doesn't matter if it's a stone or a stick. And that's sort of why it's sort of piecing it out here. It's so sort of to create a case law of basically any sort of weapon that can be identified as a weapon is included in the package. Okay? So it's to prevent the defense of saying, well, I didn't hit him with a stone, I hit him with a stick. Stick's not a weapon, it's just a stick. No, it's a weapon. It's a weapon. So that's why it's teasing these out individually. It's so collectively the judge looking at this can reason out, okay, if it's an iron object, all right, metal object of any kind will probably fall into that category. But hey, you've also got stones, sticks, implements of various kinds. And then it goes into the intent of this. So if you but also further down too basically says that, okay, there has to be also that mens rea, that evil intent, where either you were lying in wait or you were basically you did it out of hatred. Like this is one of the things where the refuge cities were very important. Like, for example, if two friends were working in a field, and one was chopping a tree with an axe, and swings the axe back, and the head of the axe goes flying off and kills his buddy. Well, he didn't mean to kill his friend, but he's still holding an implement. So we're going to see later on in the passage too, where if there was no enmity, there was no cause for one brother to hate the other, then it's presumed to be an accident, despite the fact he's holding a weapon. So that's why it's teasing these out individually. It's to prevent the loopholes. To basically say anything that can be used as a weapon is a weapon. So keep your pencils peace-tied, guys. All right? So with that said, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helps. Okay. Now, let's get into the super chats. And we got a lot of them here. All right, so we'll start with the first one. First one, Vermin, the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on getting a bachelor's at Boyce College? Okay. For those who don't know, Boyce College is a Southern Baptist seminary. At least I think it's Southern Baptist. It's a Baptist seminary. I would say it's a great college to get your master's degree or your MDiv. I think it's one of those colleges that excels a lot better in the master's department than, say, in the undergrad department. I would probably not get a bachelor's there. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst choice in the world, but it wouldn't be the best choice either. So I think it's one of those colleges that would probably, I would say, if you're going to do a bachelor's degree, do it at either a secular college or a secular university. Unless you're really afraid of, say, the whole secular environment. And there's good reasons to avoid secular colleges. Okay, I totally get that. Like if you've got a lot of, say, temptations for drugs, alcohol, sex, yeah, secular colleges are not the place for you. Okay? But if those are not issue for you, I would say a secular college is probably better for a bachelor's degree. It's often cheaper, especially if it's a state college or a community college. It's probably going to be more flexible in some respects. And frankly, one of the problems with doing a bachelor's degree at a seminary and then taking it doing a master's degree then at a seminary is there's often overlapping of credits and you're having to do the same work twice. And trust me, you don't want to do that. That's really boring. Really, really boring. You'll lose your attention span real fast if you do that. So I would suggest a community college for a bachelor's degree, especially if you're thinking of going on to doing a theological degree, I'd just go to a community college. That's what I would do. And most seminaries don't care. Okay, most seminaries don't care if you got your bachelor's degree at a religious institution or a secular institution. Don't care. That's not their thing. Yeah. I think what you really want out of a bachelor's degree is a good quality of education. That's your foundation. Okay, that's your foundation for learning how to think. This is where you're going to develop your critical thinking skills. Okay? So I really think that this is one of those places where you want to develop a good tool set of critical thinking skills that you can then take on into the say the master's program, if that's where you want to go. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on the Ku Klux Klan? Okay. Once upon a time, the Ku Klux Klan was the organization of white supremacy. Today, it's an extortion racket. That's essentially what it is. It's an extortion racket. And there were several articles done on this, studying the Ku Klux Klan in the late 90s, early 2000, actually looking at their methods. And essentially, they're really no longer, I mean, they are still a white supremacist group in name. But what they do, their general modus operandi today, is to basically target political conservatives and basically say, we'll endorse you unless you pay us a big sum of money. So they tend to endorse candidates that they can basically extort for money, and then they take that money and then they siphon it off into groups that they prefer. Okay? Typically Democrat causes, okay? And I don't want to get political here, okay? That's not the point here, but that's been their history, is to target conservatives where they can make that racism stick, say, hey, we'll endorse you unless you give us $10,000. a lot of political candidates pay the money. They pay the money. And Matthew Scarborough, that's brilliant. If you don't pay us, we'll endorse you. Yeah, it is really brilliant. You know, there is that. I mean, it's classic extortion. No one's going to complain about it, because if you complain about it, you know, there might be some truth to it, you know. So yeah, you have to have a certain level of moxie to basically say, stuff it. Yeah. Yeah. So they typically don't endorse candidates they like. They tend to endorse candidates they don't like, and for whom they want to divert money from their campaigns. So that's essentially what the KKK is today. It's an extortion racket. It's not really a serious white supremacy organization. It's basically a way of moving political money from one organization to another. Yeah, that's exactly it, Darkblade. Here's money to not support me. Exactly. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, so with that said, let's move on. Next super chat here is from Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is Leviathan and Behemoth? Oh boy. And that's a huge range of verses which we're not going to read. Okay. These are, in classical terms, chaos monsters. Now, they are patterned to some extent off of living animals. But the question is, which living animals? Now, some have suggested that, you know, hippos may be one of those animals. Some have suggested crocodiles. You even get young Earth creationists thinking that they're dinosaurs. I'm not buying it. Okay? But they are definitely chaos monsters. Okay? And we do have some suggestion, for example, Bahama, which is the generic term for beast, but because it has that feminine ending, sort of a great beast. Some have even suggested that the wild auroch might have been one of these animal prototypes that led to the instantiation of these chaos monsters. It's debated. It's very debated in, say, the scholarly community what exactly these are. But we all sort of seem to agree that it's a chaos monster of some kind that God conquers or subdues. But exactly what they are, don't know. And we will never really know for sure. Unless there's a new text that comes up that really sort of tells us. But very, very much yeah, Rorik. He goes. Rorik says, I haven't watched Dr. Falk's live streams in a while, but I didn't expect him to be answering questions about the clan when I tuned in. Hey, anything can happen on a live stream. Okay, anything can happen. Now we're answering questions about chaos monsters. Yeah. Jack Ray says, it's a really big monster. Yeah, it is even feminine now. Run away! Yep. Definitely, run away! Andrew Graham, a large kitten. Kitten Kong, laugh out loud. Goodies reference. Okay. Yeah, Urod says, inserts Ben Stanhope complaining about the dinosaur interpretation of Behemoth's, quote, tail. Yeah. I mean, that's going to be really metaphorical. Okay, so, you know. But yeah, we're talking here with Behemoth and Leviathan. They're chaos monsters, essentially. But exactly what their pattern after, that we can debate over. Okay? And we can actually debate over this in good faith, too, because we can't be sure one way. Okay, so with that said, let's get on to the next super chat here. The next one here is from Vermin the Trash Rat. $2. Thank you for the super chat. Was Jonah's fish actually a fish? Probably not. Okay. There's two sort of consensus views on this. And I say consensus views, I should say opinions. One is that it was a real being, probably a whale of some kind. And there are two whales that can swallow human beings. That's one potential reading of this. And to the Israelite mind, all whales are fish because they swim in the water and they have fins. Okay, so Hebrews view whales as fish. Okay, this is ancient Israelite taxonomy. Okay. On the other hand, there are also those who basically just think that the fish is a chaos monster of the water, where he is not actually swallowed by a being, but that he's being pulled down under the ocean by a current. And that current is the chaos monster that pulls him under. So there's that too, okay? And honestly, I don't have a big opinion on this, one way or the other. It could be either, as far as I'm concerned. It could be a whale. It could be a current pulling him down and into the deep as a chaos monster personified. Yes, they have. Okay, I'll take that home. Harry Stark. Has humans actually been swallowed by whales since Jonah? Yes, there are two documented cases of this happening. Two documented cases. And in one particular case, it swallowed the human and spit it back up. So you got basically a tour down the whale's throat and then just got thrown back out. Okay, so he survived it. He survived it. Okay, and that's been documented. So it's 2 times it's happened. It's not a common thing. It's very rare. There's only 2 species of whale that can pull it off. One of which is the sperm whale, massive whale. I mean, these are whales that eat giant squid. Okay. If it can down a giant squid, it can down a human being. Okay. Yeah, this whole idea that all whales have throats too small for a human being is nonsense. Okay, nonsense. Harry Stark, sperm whale is the Moby Dick whale. Oh yeah, and they are forces to be reckoned with. I mean, sperm whales, you don't mess with a sperm whale. I mean, one of the things, reason that you can be. They're huge, and they're powerful. And one of the things about the Moby Dick story too is it was based upon a true story. It was based upon real events. That's one of the things I think that people don't get about, say, the whole Moby Dick thing is, yeah, that was, say, a fictionalized account of something that really happened. So, yeah, it's just, Yarod says, sperm whales are terrifying. Apparently they can kill you with clicks. They are terrifying. They'll kill you with their flukes. They're massive. They are massive. They are aggressive. Especially the bulls. Haystack. Not as roomy as it looks in Pinocchio? No. Yeah, and the David C. Cook story illustrations, also not that roomy. There's no table and a chair and an oil lamp waiting for you in the belly of a sperm whale, okay? Just saying. The whale did not swallow Wi-Fi for your convenience. All right. Oh, that said, let's get going here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you again for the super chat. 1 Corinthians 15, 25 to 30. What is the baptism of the dead? All right, let's pull that one up. 1 Corinthians 15, 25. Oops. The Bible here. And 15 verses 25 to 30. For he must reign until he has put all his enemies under his feet. The last enemy that will be abolished is death. For he has put all things in subjugation under his feet. But when he says all things put into subjugation, it is evident that he is accepted to put all things in subjugation to him. Okay, so Christ is not included in the all things be subjugated to. That's essentially what that's saying. Verse 28. And when all things are subjected to him, then the Son himself will also be subjected to the one who has subjected all things to him. That is, that God may be all in all. Otherwise, what will those who are baptized for the dead? If the dead are not raised, then why are they baptized? Then why are they baptized for them? Why are we also in danger every hour? All right. Now, this is an argument against the people who denied the resurrection of Jesus. There were people in the first century that either said, well, Christ was really not raised from the dead. Either he just died in the tomb and stayed there, or he was raised as a spirit, as a ghost. Now, these are the Docetists. Okay? They believe that Christ was raised as a spirit, but his physical body remained dead. Paul here is basically counteracting that argument here. Because basically saying, hey, you know, some of you are baptizing the dead. Now, what this was essentially somebody died and they were baptized post-mortem. They weren't baptized in life as a believer in Jesus Christ, but they still wanted them to receive the benefits of the afterlife. So they basically laid out the corpse and washed it with water as a form of baptism. Now, what Paul is not saying here is that's effective, but he's saying if the dead aren't raised, why are you bothering to even do this? That's the point of the argument. Okay? The point of the argument here is not that the dead can be baptized, but you're doing this ritual to baptize the dead. If you don't believe in the resurrection, why are you doing this? So that's the point of it. It was a practice done by certain early Christians who, again, was hopeful that the grace of God would extend to the dead person who was being baptized post-mortem. But there was also that belief floating around that Christ himself wasn't really resurrected. So that's why they did that practice. Again, it's not a practice that's been endorsed by the church. It's never been endorsed by the church. It's basically saying, Paul's just using here his Pauline dialectic to say, your practices are not consistent with your beliefs. You're practicing one thing, which is baptism of the dead, in the hope that they will be raised from the dead, but you don't think Christ was raised from the dead. Inconsistency. Fix it. That's essentially what he's doing here. So that's the baptism of the dead. That's what it was. It's what a few people did, and it was not a practice that was widespread outside of the Corinthian church. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. This one here is Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Your thoughts on Buddhism, Sikhism, and Hinduism? Well, that's a broad question. Oh boy. Yeah, let's just have a crash course on world religions here. 3 minutes or less. I got thoughts on all of these, okay? But they're different thoughts. Wildly different thoughts. Yeah, you're right. 3 minutes or less. Go! Okay. Buddhism is a very complicated religion. It has a eightfold path to enlightenment. And you're basically sort of trying to, achieve nirvana, essentially, through a path of enlightenment. Now, one of the crazy things about, and I don't remember what all 8 paths were, but I do know one thing about Buddhism that they never tell you, is almost every one of those 8 paths to enlightenment is inverted. You can invert it and still achieve enlightenment. Like, for example, basically, if you deny yourself food, asceticism, well, the inversion of that is gluttony. And you can also achieve enlightenment through gluttony, through sexual deprivation. You can also do it through tantric means. So for every path to enlightenment to nirvana, there's the inverse too. Okay, so covers Buddhism for you. And again, you're going to get it's a reincarnation religion. You're going to be reincarnated to the next life, and so on. Okay. Hinduism. Buddhism comes essentially from Hinduism. So its basic foundational metaphysics is Hindu. Okay? And Buddhists don't like hearing that, but it is true. Hinduism is, you've got a pantheism and a panentheism. You've got many gods. You got all is God. And you are being reincarnated to the next life. And the deeds you do in this life will depend upon the state of your reincarnation in the next life. Okay, you do really well in this life, you're reincarnated to a higher being. Probably a higher human. If you do really good, you get to be a demigod. If you're not so good in this life, you come back as a snail. Okay? So it's a and sort of the cheap trick about reincarnation is you don't get to remember your past life. So you got to do it again. Dark Blade. Eightfold path of right view, right resolve, right speech, right conduct, right livelihood, right right mindfulness, and right samadhi. Yeah. But you can also do it through all the wrongs, too. That's what they leave off. That's what they don't tell you. Right speech. Well, okay, you can do it wrong speech, too. You can achieve nirvana through profanity. Ooh. In fact, it sounds like subjective morality. Well, in a lot of respects, yeah. Nirvana in Buddhism is analogous to the nihilistic view of hell. I'm serious. Well, it is, yeah. It is. Yeah, you disappear and you become part of the panentheism itself. That's what nirvana is. Yeah, you become part of the Borg Collective. Yeah, you lose your individual identity. You become part of the universal soul. You literally lose your substance into the substance of the greater universe. That sounds like an awful way to go, honestly. Now, Sikhism is complicated. Sikhism is very complicated. And I probably will not do it justice here. You got traces of monotheism and pantheism in Sikhism. So, basically, it's a kind of it's a philosophical religion where you have to do certain practices to maintain your philosophical adherence to the religion. So these include, say, you don't cut your hair. If you're a baptized Sikh, you don't eat meat. You wear a turban and a kirpan. The philosophy itself is very it's very strange in a lot of ways. It's very strange in a lot of ways. It's you have to really sort of get into it to really sort of there's different factions within Sikhism that hold to very different views on this as well. There's 9 gurus. Their holy text is the 10th, I believe. So Sikhism is not like the other two, but it does have its own idiosyncrasies to it. So that's about all I'm going to say on this. I know we went over 3 minutes here, but anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. Scholar with a sword for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How well would have Moses known Ramses II, since Moses grew up in the royal court and he would have participated in military campaigns? Okay, a couple things here. Moses did not grow up in the royal court. He grew up in the house of the vizier Ramses I. When Moses had to leave, Ramses II wasn't yet born. And he wouldn't be born for another 20 years. So Moses never knew Ramses II as a child. So it's highly, highly unlikely that Moses would have had any interaction with Ramses II as a child. Moses would have known Ramses' father, Seti I. He would have grown up alongside Seti I. But he wouldn't have known Ramses II yet, because again, he was not born at the time. So, anyway, the other thing too is we don't know if Moses would have participated in any military campaigns. It doesn't seem like he would have. He probably was not part of the warrior class. He wasn't part of the army. Moses seems to have been more part of, say, the scribal class as far as his training goes. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Dean Salzar for $1. Thank you for the super chat. Why doesn't ancient Egypt have a flood myth? Doesn't that contradict the ubiquity argument for a flood almost everywhere else? Why would they, unlike China, Proto-Europeans, and Sumer, forget it? Well, the reason is because Egypt, unlike those other countries, had floods every year. They had a flood myth, but not a great flood myth. Their idea of a flood was an annual cycle of renewal. So their relationship with the river was very, very different than what we find in China, in the Indus Valley, or even in Sumer. It's very different. And because their relationship with the river is very different, their myths are going to be different. Now, they did believe that the entire planet was covered in a primordial water, which the lands were created within. So they did believe that. So their view of, say, creation is more similar to, say, Genesis 1, where the world was covered in water and the waters were separated, more than, say, the whole idea of a global flood for Genesis 6 and 7. So it's just that their relationship to the river and flooding is very, very different than, say, what we find in other parts of the world. So that's why Egypt didn't have a great flood myth per se. It's just that their relationship to the river was much, much different. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Urad said, so it's kind of like how in my town we love the rain and pray for rain, whereas in other towns they always complain about rain. Yes, exactly. I would love to send you our rain. I live in Vancouver. It rains all the time here. All the time. Well, today it snowed too. So, I live in the Pacific Northwest. Lots and lots of rain and snow here. Yeah, no one's praying for rain here. Not by a long shot. But yeah, it is that's exactly what's going on. It's a different relationship to the weather. So that's why you do not find, say, flood myths in Egypt. It's a different relationship to annual flooding. Okay. So next super chat, top here, is going to come from here, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. This is your weekly reminder, only a few more weeks. I feel like I'm being extorted now. Love the brochure. How crazy it would be going to Egypt with you after paying you to play Assassin's Creed Origins. Well, I told you that was coming up, okay? It's not like it came out of nowhere. I did tell you that we are planning a tour to Egypt. By the way, if they are interested, the information is in one of the community posts. This is going to be an exciting trip. The registration link is still not up, and I don't know why. I'm trying to work that through with the tour group and see what's happening with that. So, but we will go good for the Assassin's Creed Origin playthrough, okay? So, and mini review. So we'll go good for it. But I kind of feel now like Damocles' sword is now over my head on this one. Okay, so thank you for that super chat. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, I really wanted to avoid an MDiv. Knox's MDiv offers the same language courses as the certificate, and I want to avoid distance learning for languages. I want languages before a master's in Old Testament studies. Okay. If you want to avoid the MDiv, and there's good reasons to avoid the MDiv, okay? Sometimes you're not going to hear. Here's sort of the pluses and the minuses of this. Okay. You're probably, if you have done your Greek before your master's degree, and you just want to focus on, say, one language, Greek or Hebrew, okay, that's a great reason to avoid an MDiv. If you want to avoid some of the other courses that come with the MDiv, like counseling, there's other courses offered in MDiv. Like, for example, let's say you want to do just Old Testament studies. you're not going to want to do all the New Testament stuff, probably. And that's a good reason to also avoid the MDiv. Now, I'll say this, too. The MDiv is an excellent foundation for Old Testament studies. It's an excellent foundation. Because there's things in the MDiv that sort of creep back into Old Testament studies without you even knowing it. Like, for example, we all think about, okay, we're going to be just doing Hebrew, and if we do Old Testament, Hebrew and Aramaic. But Greek is actually a very useful language for Old Testament studies. Especially when you have to start doing, say, stuff concerning the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. You know, these are important sources. But they do require good knowledge of Greek. So, it's one of those things where an MDiv can be a plus and it can be a minus. One of my teachers, Dennis McGarry, he basically once told me that an MDiv is an excellent foundational degree for doing academic work. So even if you don't do academic work, an MDiv is not a bad choice. But I can understand people who don't want to do the MDiv. I get that entirely. But understand why you don't want to do the MDiv. Is it just because you want to avoid certain languages? Not a great reason for that. Is it because you want to avoid other courses that are also included in the MDiv? Like counseling, like, say, New Testament studies, like the field eds. You know, there are other reasons to want to avoid an MDiv. And because those classes can add up, they can add an extra year to your studies. But, you know, it's, again, it depends on what you want to do. So, I'm not going to discourage you from doing a master's in OT, but understand why you want to do it in that way. Okay? So, anyway, there's not really a question in this, but there is but I can understand, too, why you'd want to avoid an MDiv. And it's not usually for the reasons people do it. Most of the time, people avoid the MDiv because they don't want to do the language work. That's like 9 times out of 10, anyone who wants to not do an MDiv doesn't want to do it because of the language work. And that's usually the wrong reason to avoid it. But there's good reasons to avoid it, too. So just with that in mind, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that sort of helps here. Okay. Next super chat here is also from AT Ministries. What is the relationship between Atum and Re? Okay. This is, of course, probably a reference to the composite god Atum Re, which was 2 gods that were sort of merged together for unified worship in Heliopolis, which is basically the center of the sun cult in basically what's today very, very close to Cairo. It's a northeastern suburb of Cairo. Okay. Now, they're not exactly strictly the same. Okay, they're not basically the same sort of gods. They're kind of different gods. Atum is a creation deity. He's basically a creation deity. He's a creator. Re is just the sun god. So he's that falconine god that sits on the boat with the sun over his head and goes sailing around the sky once a day. Okay. So this was basically one of the early composite gods. We know it as early as Dynasty 3. Like, for example, Atum Re sort of gets its cult worship beginnings during the reign of King Zoser. And Imhotep is said to be the first high priest of the cult of Atum-Re at Heliopolis. So that's sort of the relationship of the two, is that they were both worshipped in the Heliopolitan area. They were basically just merged together because they thought they were similar or the same in some respect, and that they're aspects of the same deity. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. I think that's from Dean. Just a second. All right, Dean says, wait, so for my question, I'm confused because China and Sumer have floods quite regularly. Not like Egypt. Okay. Okay, well, let's be clear about this. Egypt and Sumer had floods, but they weren't of the catastrophic kind that Egypt had. Part of it is the topography of those valleys, like the Yangtze and the Mesopotamian Valley. The Mesopotamian Valley is, if you look at the topography of it, it's rather flat. And the amount of actual damage caused by the flooding was negligible because they were able to easily channel it through. And similar to China, even though China does have occasional catastrophic floods, it didn't happen on a regular basis. Okay? In the case of Egypt, when the inundation came, everyone had to basically pick up and go to high ground. The Nile Valley was such that when it was it flooded, everything flooded. Okay? You had to go to high ground because you had tree stumps just barreling down the river. I mean, it was kind of the worst of when we talk about, for example, say the flooding of the Euphrates. The Euphrates is a meandering, wide, gentle flowing river. The Tigris, on the other hand, is a fast flowing, rough river. Okay? During the Nile inundation, it had characteristics of both. You know, the Nile, most of the time of year, gentle flowing, slow moving river. During the inundation, this thing was a raging torrent. Okay? It had upheaval. Dead animals, dead oxen, dead crocodiles, dead hippos. All of that was just going down the river. Tree stumps as large as a house, you know. There you go, BC. Dead. I mean, if you want to get a sense of what Egypt was like during the inundation, go to Niagara Falls, where you'll see in the winter, where you'll see icebergs the size of 3-story houses going over the edge of the river. Okay, it's that kind of upheaval of stuff. It was a violent river during the inundation, exceptionally violent. This is why one of the things that we see, like, for example, in the portrayal of the Nile god Happy, who isn't happy, is, you know, he's portrayed in two ways. His good coming could bring life and fertility to the agricultural land. His bad coming was death, destruction, upheaval, wiping out houses and temples. You know, that's sort of more, that's the other side of the coin. So, yes, there were times when China and Sumer had those sort of more violent floods, but Egypt got them every year. That's the difference. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much. I hope that sort of clarified things, and I really appreciate the follow-up. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. What's the typological significance of Joseph being named the living one? Genesis 45, 41, 45. Okay. Genesis 41 and 45. Okay. Bible here, just quickly. Then Pharaoh named Joseph Sapaneach, and he gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, his wife, and Joseph went forth over the land of Egypt. Okay. Basically, Zaphanath Paneach means the God has spoken and he lives. Okay. So there is a typology to this. There is a type here. And Joseph is the archetype. He was left in a prison with a death sentence, dead in prison. Okay, he's dead in prison, and that's we've covered this before. Where if you went to prison in an Egyptian prison, you were essentially waiting the death sentence. That was typical Egyptian justice. Very few people survived an Egyptian prison, either because they died in the prison or because they died execution when their case came up. So, yeah, you were good as dead if you were in an Egyptian prison. So when the king names Joseph, it's with that sense of irony that the God has spoken and he is the living one. Okay? Not dead this time. He actually lives. So you got here a type of Christ, as it were. You know, he's a type of Christ in that respect that he was consigned to death. Death sentence was on him, but he lives. So when you look at, say, Revelation 1:18, you see then that Christ is the fulfillment, the antitype. Okay? So we go from the type, the archetype, which is Joseph, to the antitype, which is Christ. And because Christ was dead in the body and then became alive. Revelation chapter 1, verse 17 and 18. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as a dead man. And he laid his right hand on me, saying, "Do not be afraid. I am the first and the last, and the living one. I was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. I have the keys of death and of Hades." Okay? So that's the antitype. That's the fulfillment of the type that was prophesied through the life of Joseph. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Next one here is AT Ministries for $1.99. And he says, saw your Genesis 3:1 short. What can we glean from 3:14? Oh, interesting question. Right, let's pull that up. Genesis 3:14. Okay. Now, this is again after they've eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And it's judgment time. Could make that a game show. Here's your prizes. Then the Lord God, verse 13, said to the woman, "What is this that you have done?" And the woman said, "The serpent deceived me and ate." Verse 14, and the Lord said to the serpent, the Nakash, "Because you have done this, cursed are you more than all the cattle, and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life." Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Here we have that partitive construction here of more than, mekol. And what we have here is, cursed are you more than all the cattle, more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat. So what are we going to get out of this? Well, we got the participle cursed. So he's cursed. Now, we know from, say, verse 17 that animate and inanimate objects can be cursed. So from verse 17, the ground is cursed, which is a symbol for all agricultural endeavors, not just, say, the earth itself, but the earth itself, too, is cursed. So inanimate things can be cursed, animate things can be cursed, living things can be cursed, spirit beings can be cursed. Anything can be cursed as a result of this fall. So, what we have here in the partitive is something very interesting that we sort of, a nuance here that we need to tease out, which is that more than, that partitive, it's basically, when the partitive is used in Hebrew, it's taking something similar of a class and using that similarity to make a comparison. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's the same in every respect. Okay? So, like for example, cursed are you more than the cattle. Well, is the Nakash a cattle? No, he's not a cattle. And more than every beast of the field. Is he a beast of the field? No, he's not. But there is a point of comparison, which is they're both created beings. The Nakash is a created being, and so is cattle, and so is the beast of the field. Now, there's an implication here that cattle and beasts of the field are also cursed. And anyone who's watched National Geographic videos for any length of time knows that Mother Nature is a really nasty person. Okay? Okay? Nature videos are really horrible. I mean, watch lions eating wildebeest. I mean, come on. Yeah. Beasts are cursed. There's a curse upon all of nature. And, even if you didn't get that from this verse 14, you'd get it from verse 17, honestly. Okay? So what we can glean from this is that there's a point of comparison where the Nakash, serpent, is being compared to all other created beings. In this case, cattle, beasts of the field, living things, frankly, even the earth itself. So he's sort of at the epitome of the curse, as it were. Okay? So he's being cursed more than living beings, more than beasts of the field, more than the earth itself. So, lions go munching brr. Oh, yeah. So that's what we can get out of this, is that partitive is basically comparing the Nakash to one particular aspect of the created order. And we got to, again, be clear about this. The inference here is not that the serpent is an animal. It's absolutely not saying that. And this is where careful reading again comes to play. It's not saying that it is an animal, but there's an aspect to which the Nakash is comparable to animal kind. And then when it has to undergo the curse, it will go in a way that is similar to how animals are cursed. Frankly, they're going to be cast down. On your belly you shall go, on the dust you shall eat all the days of your life. Essentially, yeah, you are this high cherubim. Okay, just to be clear, Nakash is a cherubim, not a seraphim. People get that seraphim reading out of a misreading of Ezekiel, but he's a cherubim. And Ezekiel's very clear about this. Again, careful reading. And as such, he's going to be down here with us. Nakash is now being cast down to his lofty heights, where he will be with us sort of nasty physical beings to live out his days until final judgment. Okay? So that's how reminds me of the Psalm 82 where the whole dialect men thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're going to be down here with us. There's your prize, Lucifer. You get to spend your time with us. Oh boy. All right, so anyway, that's what we can glean out of Genesis 3:14. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. What are some bad practices of Ellen G. White? Okay. There was a lot of hinky theology that came out of from Ellen G. White. She was the prophet of the Seventh-day Adventist movement. And to be very honest, modern Seventh-day Adventism is sort of across the board. Some of those groups are quite orthodox today. Some of them still remain quite heterodox. It's really, really going to depend. But there's definitely aspects of theology that she got very, very wrong. But she spoke it in the name of a prophet, so that sort of should tell you things that... Okay. Some of the bad practices, okay. There's some practices that are... or theological beliefs that I think are really off the mark. There's some theological beliefs that are really neither here nor there. They're adiaphron. They're really morally neutral or theologically neutral. And then there's some that are just okay. That doesn't really matter. The dietary restrictions, I think, don't matter really one way or the other. If you want to do them or not, yeah, that's fine. The practicing, basically saying that you have to keep the Sabbath, the Saturday Sabbath, I think is, if you want to do that, that's fine. I don't think that matters one way or the other, really. It's when you have to, when she sort of takes that and goes, well, you need to do that to be saved, then we got an issue. I have no problem if people want to celebrate the Sabbath. No problem with that at all. You want to keep the Sabbath on a Saturday, that's fine with me. I totally don't care about that. If you tell me that I have to keep the Sabbath to be saved, that's a different matter. And much of Ellen G. White's stuff ended up into Judaizing, because a lot of it was sort of you have to keep the commandments, the 10 Commandments, to be saved. And really, the Bible doesn't teach that. Okay? So that was bad. Jamie Russell says, we don't think Sabbath observance saves you. Some do, though. But this is, again, say, the divisions of modern Seventh-day Adventism that are at stake here. Some do, some don't. Say more Ellen G. White purists are going to say it does. So, and frankly, Ron White was one of those. Many of, say, what we get from Ron White was a result of Ellen G. White's prophecies. Like, for example, the whole idea of the Ark Covenant being underneath the tomb of Jesus Christ. That's from Ellen G. White. This was one of her prophecies. So, I think there's a lot there that's, as I say, dietary restrictions, if you want to do them, that's fine. If you don't, that's also fine. You want to keep the Sabbath on a Saturday? That's fine. If you don't want to do it, that's also fine. When it becomes mandatory for salvation, that's where we got the problem. And again, some Seventh-day Adventists, and again, I will say this again, categorically, Seventh-day Adventism has become more orthodox over time. It's one of the few churches that has. So I don't think Seventh-day Adventism is a global evil. I don't think that. But the ones that are more traditional tend to be more heterodox than the ones that are more modern. That just seems to be the way, the trajectory that Seventh-day Adventism is going. So, it's, if you look at, say, some modern Seventh-day Adventist churches, they're very indistinguishable from, say, modern evangelicals. A lot of them, they will believe in the Trinity. They'll believe in salvation by grace through faith. They'll believe in the second coming of Jesus Christ. They'll believe in basically Orthodox Christianity. But if you start going into, say traditional Seventh-day Adventism, as it was in like the 19th century under Ellen G. White, that's a different matter. There's some things in there that are very bizarre, like soul sleep. Soul sleep is very bizarre and is anti-biblical. You don't find soul sleep in the Bible, but it was something that was categorically taught by Ellen G. White. So, again, it's really going to depend on what you mean by her practices, which ones are, I mean, she was basically, and I think a lot of, to Seventh-day Adventists' credit, modern Seventh-day Adventists have generally stepped back from the teachings of Ellen G. White. Now, again, there are some Seventh-day Adventist churches that are really, really still all gung-ho on Ellen G. White. Okay? They still exist. I encountered one in Toronto. I encountered a Seventh-day Adventist church in Toronto that was still very gung-ho on Ellen G. White. But I also know, too, that other churches of the Seventh-day Adventist umbrella, and it's an umbrella these days, some of them have basically parted ways with Ellen G. White and are much more orthodox. So it's going to depend upon the group. But there's a lot that I think is troubling about Ellen G. White. She was... Yeah? Oh, what's soul sleep? Okay. Not there. Okay, what is soul sleep? Francis Dodds. Soul sleep is the idea that when you die, your soul goes to sleep. It doesn't go to heaven, doesn't go to hell, it just goes to sleep. So, and basically it remains in a state of sleep, and sometimes even non-existence. Some people will say, well, your soul doesn't even exist at all when you're dead. You just die. And then God remembers you and makes your soul come back. Okay? So that's why, and some of it comes out of a misunderstanding of a euphemism. Like, for example, the Bible will sometimes use the term, there are those who slumber and sleep. And that's a euphemism for death. But it doesn't mean that their soul is asleep. We see, for example, in Revelation chapter 4, before the second coming, where all the saints are gathered around the throne praising and giving worship in every language and every nation. So these people are not dead. They're very much alive in Christ, and they're active. So I would basically disavow myself of the whole soul sleep doctrine. It's not good exegesis. It's not good biblical interpretation, but it does come from Ellen G. White. Okay, so that's the doctrine of soul sleep in a nutshell. Okay, next one here. 18 Ministries from 199. Genesis 31:19. Were they fertility idols? Well, let's see what they are. Genesis 1:19. This is talking about Laban's little collection of Star Wars figurines. Okay. Verse 19. Genesis 31. When Laban had gone to shear his flock, then Rachel stole the household idols that were her father's. Now, this is the term teraphim. Okay? Now, there's two views of this. Okay? And everything. There's multiple views. Household idols, the word here is teraphim. Some have suggested these are ancestor idols. Basically, idols of your ancestors. Dad dies, you make a little idol of him, and you put him in the household shrine. Okay. The other view of this is that these were fertility idols, which would make sense why Rachel stole them. Okay. David's wife, daughter of Saul, Michal, also had teraphim. Okay. So you do see teraphim used where fertility is an issue or a desired quality. Okay. So I'm not buying the idea that these were ancestor idols. I think these were fertility idols, essentially. And idols of general fertility too, not basically specific to any particular god or goddess, but just something that they thought you make a general idol of fertility, and that would increase your ability to, whoever's listening, hey, bless us with children, essentially. So yes, the teraphim, I think they're fertility idols. Okay. All right. So anyway, that's the long and short of it. Yes, she stole his fertility idols. She stole his porn collection. Ooh. Okay. Next super chat here is also from AT Ministries. Are seraphs a kind of cherub? No, they're different. Okay. They're different classes of angels, or angelic beings. Heavenly critters. Okay, I love that term. I love that term now that I heard it. Heavenly critters. They're different species of heavenly critters. Okay. In ancient Near Eastern iconography, a cherub is essentially a winged lion. If they're forward-facing, they tend to be winged women. A seraph is a winged cobra. So a winged snake that spits fire. They're essentially, a seraph is a fire spirit, whereas a cherub is more of a purity spirit. Okay, so they're different spirits. They serve different functions. The purpose of a seraph is to drive impurity out. The purpose of a cherub is to keep purity in. So that's sort of the difference. They're two different kind of spirit critters, and they serve different functions. So a seraph is not a kind of cherub, and a cherub is not a kind of seraph. They're distinct. Just like a tiger and a bear are both animals, but they're not the same kind of animal. Seraphs and cherubs are both spirit critters, but they're not the same kind of critter. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99 says, my wife and I are planning to go to Egypt, by the way. Wow, wonderful. Well, glad to hear that. We're still hoping that the tour group gets that link up fast so we can actually get people signed up. They promised to have it to me in a couple days, and it's been now a week, so I hope that they get it up very, very shortly. So anyway, we'll let everybody know on a community post as soon as the link is live. Okay, but the information's already there. The information is already there. and you can go look it up. There's already a community post that shows the information for the tour, so you can already start planning for it as well. Yeah, it's going to take a while for them to get the change made. Okay, so I'm glad you want to join us. It's going to be a great tour. We're going to be doing if you do the pre-tour, we start at Sheikh al-Sharm and go to Sinai, and then we travel basically from Aswan all the way down to Cairo, and the extended tour goes to Tanis and Bubastis. And this is going to be a really, really exciting tour. So we hope you can join us. And I'm glad, AT Mysteries, that you and your wife will be there. I'd love to meet you. So with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And this is going to be a fantastic tour. I'm going to love this. Okay. Next one here is also from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. May I commission you to draw a sci-fi cover? There's literally no rush, and I have a working idea in mind. I just prefer to support a brother. Wow. I appreciate this, but I've got a lot of projects on my plate. And doing sci-fi covers isn't cheap. Of course, you seem to be able to get funds out of... I'm almost afraid to name a price with you. It's like... I'll tell you what, you tell me a little bit about the sci-fi book, and I might consider it. Yeah, we'll talk. Join my Discord server, and we can talk. Okay? Oh, boy. All right. So, next one. 18 Mysteries for $4.99 again. Thank you for that super chat. Why, when the Bible uses 40 years, it's idiomatic except during the wandering period? Well, okay, it might be idiomatic also for the wandering period. We don't exactly know if it is exactly 40 years even for the wandering period. It's close to 40 years, though. And that much we know is it's close to 40 years. And that's because we can sort of gauge when the firstborn of Ramses II died versus their early incursions into the Promised Land in the Merneptah Stela. So we know it's going to be around 40 years. Whether that's 38 years or whether that's 42 years, we're not really sure. Or somewhere in between. So it still could be idiomatic for even the wandering period. It just happens to be close to 40. So it's just one of those expressions that's used frequently in Levantine culture. It's used in the Moabite stela. It's used throughout the Bible in various places as an idiomatic expression. So it's just happened to be one of those expressions that is idiomatic. You know, you don't exactly know why they chose that as an idiomatic number, but they did. And frankly, we see a similar comparison to, say, Mesopotamian literature, where 60 is the idiomatic number. You know, if you want that same one-to-one comparison of the 40 years in Levantine culture, it's definitely that 60 in Mesopotamian culture. In the case of Mesopotamian culture, a lot of it is because of the fact that they had a sexagesimal system of numbers. We don't know why Levantine cultures chose 40 instead of 60, but they did. It's one of those things where we don't have enough documentation to understand why they chose that number, but they simply did. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And sometimes you just don't know the reasons, but they seem to have done that. But that doesn't take away from the fact, too, that the wandering period itself, that 40 years, could also be idiomatic as well. AT Ministries for $1.99. Why was Egyptian inflation so bad? The reason why was because they had a 3,000-year-old economy. That's the reason. Okay. And with that 3,000-year-old economy, they had a growing population. You have a growing population that needs more resources over time. That means whatever resources you have become more and more scarce. There's greater demand, hence more inflation. Okay, so this is one of the things that's sort of, again, peculiar to the Egyptian style of barter economy. Is you start with the pyramids. Now, pyramids nearly bankrupted the country, but they had the first ones, the ones at Giza in the 4th dynasty. They had enough resources to finish them. But they then had to change the materials of those pyramids because of the cost, essentially. Even, for example, that whole transition from, say, Dynasty 4 to Dynasty 5 was such that you've got, when you hit Dynasty 5, it doesn't become economically feasible anymore to build a pyramid entirely out of stone. It just is too expensive. It takes too much time, takes too much labor. You have to feed that labor. It just is a crazy expensive venture to do. So it's one of those things where it just is the fact that over time they just had to deal with it. And the way they dealt with it originally was to use essentially their hegemony to bring more supplies, more goods from the outside in to shore up the inflation. So they would take like 20% of the grain from, say, the Levant, bring it in to Egypt, and then they could say, even if it was barley, the Egyptians didn't eat barley, but they certainly used it in making beer. Well, if you're bringing in barley, you don't have to grow it. You can allocate the land to emmer, wheat, and then use that to eat. So that was a huge hedge against inflation for them. At least until they lost that. Okay. Darkblade asks, did other super old civilizations also have such inflation? What will American inflation be like after 3,000 years? Oh boy. Well, first of all, after 3,000 years, your student loans will be about $1 trillion. Okay. Yeah, Patui says, probably a radioactive dry step, probably. At least if the Fallout has got it right. Hey, Phil Fox, how you doing? But yeah, super old civilizations like the Akkadians did have inflation problems too, okay? But they had a similar approach. This is one of the reasons why, say, the Assyrians went out and conquered, was to hedge their inflation. We don't understand this, but when basically Assyrians went out and they conquered, they basically went out and they stole anything that wasn't nailed down. This is what the Mesopotamians did. Like, for example, when the Mesopotamian, the Babylonian coalition under Amraphel invaded, say, Levant, they were stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. They were taking sheep because they had shepherds. They had professional shepherds with these armies that would take the flocks with them. They'd have herdsmen with them. This is one of the reasons why Abraham and his 314 trained men could catch up, because the armies were being slowed down by all the herds and flocks they'd stolen. So but this is what they would do, is they would go to neighboring countries, steal all this stuff, and then bring it home. Anything that was not nailed down, they'd steal. The Assyrians did this, the Babylonians did this, the Hittites did this, the Egyptians did this. This is what they did to shore up the inflation of old civilizations. And even the Romans did this, but the Romans did this in a very different way. The Romans basically said, okay, we're taking over your land. You're going to start making your own currency. You're going to trade your goods for currency, and you're going to give us the currency. And we're going to take that home. So the Romans actually did this really smart, where they didn't take sheep. They took currency instead. They forced people to make currency so they could take the currency home. Oh yeah, they did. They improved economic systems, but yeah, it did have a the Roman system did have a mutual benefit to it as well. That doesn't go without saying, but yeah. But yeah, other super old civilizations also had inflation and used very similar means to deal with it. It's only, say, when you start getting into the Babylonian period that it comes to be, and I said the Neo-Babylonian period, where they want to make sure that say, those goods continue to pour back into Babylon, that they make it into an empire as such, not just a conquer and steal sort of situation. Ancient history gaming, the sheep standard, yeah. Ancient history gamer, maybe we should back our money with sheep. It's good standard as any, I guess. Okay. With that said, let's get back to the super chats. All right, 2 Thessalonians 1:12, subject to the Granville Sharp rule. What was the? I have to recall the Granville Sharp rule again. I know that's one of those Greek rules. Granville Sharp rule. Oh yeah, that's the chi thing. Two nouns in the same case. Yeah. Yeah. First of the same thing. Okay. Now I remember. It's been a while since I've done Greek grammar. Okay, so let's get up the Granville Sharp rule here. Take a look here, and let's see here. So 2 Thessalonians. 2 Thessalonians 1 verse 12. Okay. In order that the name of our Lord Jesus may be glorified in you, Bible, sorry. 2 Thessalonians 1:12. In order that the name of our Lord Jesus may be glorified in you, and you in him, according to the grace of our Lord, the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay, now the Greek. Okay. And him in you. God. Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. The Granville Sharp rule would apply to the very last chi here. So according to the grace of our God and Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. And you see here the definite article here is not actually in the original text in front of Lord, the Lord. So that is actually, I don't believe it is. Just to make sure. Pretty sure it's not. So I don't overstep here. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Definite article's not there. So this translation here is obeying the Granville Sharp rule as far as the grace of our Lord and grace of our God and the Lord Jesus Christ. So basically, that basically is equating the Granville Sharp rule is basically when you have a definite article in front of one object, followed by the conjunction and, which is chi in Greek, followed by an anarthrous, basically a second object without a definite article. The first definite article applies to the second, and it's referring to one and the same thing. That's the Granville Sharp rule in a nutshell. And boy, that was dusting off some cobwebs there. It's been a long time since I've talked about the Granville Sharp rule. Okay, so essentially this idea is the God and the Lord Jesus Christ is referring to one and the same thing. So that would be an application of the Granville Sharp rule here. So anyway, again, I'm not a Greek expert. It's been a long time since I've even read. I mean, I remember the Granville Sharp rule from my days in seminary, but I very rarely get to use it. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here. Yeah, this is something you find in advanced, would be in your second year stuff. This is not something that you usually encounter in first year Greek. You'll find this in second year Greek typically. Where you would find this being talked about is in what's his name now? Basics of Greek Grammar or something like that, I think is the name of it. What's his name? Used to the book you want for this is going to find it here quickly. Sure. No, not months. It's not months. Is not months, it's the other one. Other one, grammar. It's the advanced grammar. Not the cannot remember it. It's he had a debate with Bart Ehrman. I just cannot remember his name right at the moment. You know, it'll come back to me in the middle of the night somehow. Yeah, he had a debate with Bart Ehrman on the reliability of the Gospels. He's friends with Muntz, but he's not Muntz. He's what was his name? Not Trenchard. Boy, I just cannot remember it right now. Wallace, thank you, Addison Weir. Daniel Wallace. That's it. Daniel Wallace. His books on advanced Greek grammar is where you want to go for this, for basically talking about the Granville Sharp rule. Okay? So, yeah, Dan Wallace is the expert on Greek syntax and grammar. So that's where you want to go for that. All right? So, anyway, thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Timmy are the people who debated Ehrman is long. Okay, so. All right, next super chat. 18 Ministries for $9.99. It goes, in Matthew 17:20, when Jesus talks about the mountain, I heard the mountain refers to a kingdom and their God. This refers to our spiritual authority in expanding Christ's kingdom. Thoughts? Let's take a look at the Matthew reference here. Matthew 17. 20. Text comes up and says, and he said to them, because of the littleness of your faith, for truly I say to you, if you have faith as a mustard seed, you shall say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it shall move, and nothing shall be impossible for you. Okay. Yeah, we all love them. We all love the little mustard seed passage, yeah. And frankly, you know, we all understand the mustard seed bit, even though some people are obtuse about it being, you know, a small seed. But it's the whole moving of the mountain thing that's kind of an issue. Now, does it refer to a kingdom and their god? I don't know about that. I'd have to look into commentaries to see what say the commentaries say on this. I don't have an opinion on this one way or the other per se. But it's possible it could be, you know, a kingdom and their god. That's a possible interpretation, I suppose. But I haven't looked into this to any great extent. So, unfortunately, I probably cannot comment on this much further. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Unfortunately, I can't say more about this until I look into this deeper. The next one here is from 18 Ministers again for $1.99. How should Christians study the Bible and do devotions? Ooh. Okay, well, I'll say this. Do your devotions attentively. The biggest sort of leap up you can do as far as doing your devotions is to become a careful reader. Okay? When we do devotions, we typically kind of do the surface reading where we sort of pick up the Bible, we read it, but we're not really paying that close of attention to it. You know, and I think this is where devotions become sort of a lost opportunity. Like, you can read something very, very quickly. People don't spend time doing it. You know, it's even in the name. Okay, it's even in the name. You can get this out of the name alone. Devotions. Devote yourself to it. Okay? Funny how that happens sometimes. So you're supposed to devote time to this and attention and really concentrate on it. So when you pick up your Bible, and just grab mine, you know, you pick it up and you turn to a page. You know, you want to. I just flipped it to, say, Matthew 7, verse 15. Okay, and let's just say I start my reading there. Watch out for false prophets. Okay, what does it mean to be a prophet? What does it mean to be a false? Who come to you? Okay, who's the target? I'm the target. I'm the target of the false prophet. In sheep's clothing, but inwardly are voracious wolves. Well, what does that mean, in sheep's clothing? Okay, it's supposed to look like you're supposed to think of these false prophets like they're a sheep. You know, they're dressed in clothes to look like sheep. They're in a costume. You know, you look at this and you just go, oh, okay. Yeah. This is warning me about people who are pretending to look like sheep. But inside the clothing, underneath the costume, they're voracious wolves. What kind of wolves? Voracious. The ones that eat sheep. Yeah. They don't look like wolves. They look like sheep. So, and that's just taking one verse and breaking it down. Breaking it down so you really understand it. And so that's what we mean by doing devotions, is that sort of attentive reading, where you're basically taking every verse, every passage, and you're breaking it down. You're really putting all your attention into it. And you're devoting the time, the energy, the efforts to do it. I'll comment that. Matthew Scarborough, watch out for the false prophets. Sounds like would be one of the 99 rules of acquisition. Could be. So, you really are, when we really are reading this stuff, you want to pay attention. You want to put, you devote yourself to, really getting the most out of your reading. So that's how a Christian should do their reading. But so often they'll just mumble it off. One of the things I really hate sometimes is scripture readings in churches. Okay? Because there's no energy put into them. No energy put into it, no life. And it's so drab and so monotone. It's like, okay, you realize that this is a text that has emphasis and meaning, and you're just draining it of all life. So, I think that the way Christians should do their study and their Bible devotions is to, first of all, be attentive in reading. Second of all, it wouldn't hurt to get a couple commentaries. It wouldn't hurt to do that. You'll read some commentaries, read what some all other scholars has say, comment on the readings. Now, not all commentaries are the same, but it wouldn't hurt to get a few, just to make sure that hey, you're on the right track with this. And over time, what's going to happen is, as you do this, you're going to grow. I know, growth is scary. It's scary. Okay, you're going to grow. You're going to become more competent in the handling of the Bible. And if you become more competent in the handling of the Bible, you're going to discover that your reading capacity also increases. And a lot of what you're going to come across as far as people saying, throwing objections of the Bible at you, you're just going to go, wait, that's not what it says. Hey, hold it. I've read this passage before. I don't recall that in there. And you look it up and it's not in there. So, absolutely. But that's how you should study the Bible. Okay. Now, that doesn't leave out the other things too. You are going to want to pray, as part of your devotions. Prayer is necessary. Some people pray before reading the Bible. Some people pray after the Bible. Doesn't matter really. It's up to you. But you're going to make that a part of your daily spiritual disciplines as well. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. It's probably not a complete answer, but that'll give you a start. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helped. Okay, AT Ministries for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. When does recognizing or admiring someone's attractiveness turn into lust? Great question. I know some men who can't draw a distinction between the two and think they're lusting simply by seeing a pretty lady. No. Okay. What's lust? Okay. It is desiring something or someone you can't have. Okay. Not admiring, desiring. Well, that's a good way of putting it. My producer said coveting something that is not that belongs to your neighbor. Even if a woman is single, she's not your wife. You might not be available. She might not be available. So, to desire something that you do not own and is not yours, you have no right to, that's lust. Whether it's the lust for money, whether it's a lust for a human being. If you're not, if it's desiring something that's not yours and you can't have it, because A, she might not want you, or B, because she's already taken, or C, you're already taken, that's where the line is. That's the line. That's an interesting question too. Let's take that one as well. BC, what about cute AI girls? You can't have them either. You can't have them because they don't exist. That is lust. Can't have them? They don't exist. It is possible to lust after something that doesn't exist. Yep. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, BC, but you know, those Vocaloid girls, you know, you can't have them. Sorry. Christian Malice. No, Cortana waifu? No. No. Only Clippy for you. No one wants Clippy. Haystack, just don't do it. And Phil, like, no. Oh, poor Clippy. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Octavius, anime community in shambles. Okay, that was fun. Let's get back to the super chats. All right. So we covered the list here. Some weird from 199 thoughts on Seventh-day Adventism. We've already covered this, but essentially, mileage is going to vary across the board. Adventism is now an umbrella organization. It's you got Adventist churches that are no different than, say, evangelical churches. You got ones that are still in the 19th century following Ellen G. White. It's going to depend. Your mileage will vary. They're not an odious cult. They're not an odious cult per se. Now, that's not to say that some branches of Adventism aren't cult-like. Some are. But many aren't. They have to be taken on a case-by-case basis. So that's sort of where that's where I would stand on this one. Okay. But it's good to see you here tonight. Asking we were again for $4.99. Ooh. Tell Linguist Ammo that I better see him at Apologetic Con or else. Laugh out loud. What's Apologetic Con? I've never been. I have never been to that. I don't even really know what it is. Is that Cameron Bartuzzi's conference? Oh. I've never been. I mean, I've been to conventions and conferences, but I've never been to that one. Aston Weir says it's an apologetics conference taking place in Sarasota. Where's Sarasota? It's like, But that didn't clear things up all that much. Okay, so he says it's not Cameron's conference. Florida. Okay, it's Florida.
All right. I'll go just because it's...
Oh, Florida. Okay, well, maybe that might be worth going to just for the vacation. Hey, anyone want to pay my ride to Sarasota? It's about the only way I'm going. Oh, it's this Monday to Wednesday. Okay. I don't know where Linguist Animal lives, though, so I couldn't say. Yeah. No, I've never gone to an apologetics conference. There's a little local apologetics conference that is actually done here.
Oh.
Features IP and David Wood. Well, that makes sense. They wouldn't invite me. Features IP and David Wood. Well, that figures. Yeah, respectable apologists don't want me there at their convention. Because I bring a sock puppet. No one wants to be upstaged by a sock puppet. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a like an apologetics conference. Let's talk about apologetics conferences in general, because I think that's kind of an interesting thing right there. They are. I've seen a lot of apologetics conferences come and go. And I know there's one in the local area here that is an annual thing. I think they hold it in like either Langley or Chilliwack or someplace like that. But I have never been invited to one. Never. It's like... nobody. I mean, the ones around here are so kind of sappy anyway that you kind of wonder what kind of apologetics they're actually doing. If I was feeling kind of there was another conference here called Missions Fest. That's usually the big one in this area, and I mean it was just so sappy it wasn't even funny. But but yeah. I've never been really interested in most apologetics conferences, and I certainly have not been invited to any. I kind of wonder sometimes the value of them too. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I don't get invited. Is I question the value of them at times. Because sometimes you see these apologetics conferences, and it looks a lot like entertainment. Where the guys are up on the stage, and they're, getting people sort of riled up, and, and the people in the chairs are thinking, okay, this guy up on the stage is the answer. When the answer is the guys in the chairs, the pews. So, you kind of wonder about the value of apologetics sometimes as well. But at the same time, too, there's a necessity for it. Both, as, say, evangelism, as well as what it's often criticized as, which is hedge protection. And the fact is, too, hedge protection does serve a purpose. It's not hedge protection in a sphere of apologetics, and apologetics is often criticized as being, just a hedge protection exercise, an exercise just to keep the faithful inside the faith. In a former day, we wouldn't have called that hedge protection. We would have called that education. And I think that's something that I think is an aspect of apologetics that's sort of really missing in the moment. We talk about apologetics as, say, this exercise to do battle against the unbeliever. But it's more than that. More than that. It has to be more than that. It has to be where not only we are, say, giving an answer to everyone who asks, but also giving those who are inside the faith, answers to questions that they ask. That's not hedge protection. That's education. The apologetic exercise has to do both jobs. It has to do evangelism, and it has to do education. Now, which one of those you specialize in, I think, is going to, if you're aware of those two divisions, doing apologetics then becomes, where's your focus? Our channel here, we focus on the education. We're not, strictly speaking, an evangelism channel. We don't preach the gospel. We don't say, okay, yeah, you should become a Christian. We're not telling you all any of that. We're giving you the information and letting you decide what you do with that information. So, this is what I think is one of the problems, say, with modern-day apologists, is they are very keen to go to battle to refute the objections, but also not but at the same time, too, avoid laying down the foundation of education where you would never have to ask the question in the first place. A lot of times these questions arise because the foundation has not been laid down. The educational foundation has not been laid down. So I think it's really, really important that we start viewing apologetics through different lenses. No longer a lens of just, say, okay, engaging the unbeliever. We need to engage the people in the church. Apologetics has to start taking up the educational mantle and start, say, building stronger Christians, building up people's faith. Not just entertain, not just impress people with your intelligence and your vast encyclopedic knowledge. That's all rubbish. That's all rubbish if you're not building people up in the faith, building people up in knowledge and in the fortitude of their faith. This is the task of making disciples, not making converts. So, yeah, I've got a certain issue with apologetics because it's not living up to what it should do, not because it's a bad exercise. All right, so with that said, let's move on here. Let's get back to here, and next one here is from the Vermin Trash Rat for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the origin of the angel Michael and Gabriel? How did the Jews know about the identity of Michael and Gabriel? Is there some text or tradition? The primary source text for this is going to be the book of Daniel. Now, first of all, I do hold to an early dating of Daniel. Okay, I know that not every scholar does. I know a lot of scholars will basically say that Daniel is a late book. And yet, and some of them will even say that the source of Michael and Gabriel is from Enoch and from, say, Tobit. And they will basically date like the Book of Enoch to the 4th century BC, and then say, oh yeah, quotes the Book of Daniel, but the Book of Daniel wasn't written until the 2nd century BC. What? Huh? So I'm going to basically say that here that the origins of this is through the revelations given to the prophet Daniel. Okay? So that's essentially how I think the Jews came to know about the identity of Michael and Gabriel, is through the book of Daniel. And both of them are mentioned in Daniel. So, I just don't buy the arguments for like Daniel. So I know there's a lot of scholars out there. Most of the scholars now hold to a late Daniel. I don't buy it, and I haven't seen a compelling argument for it. So with that said, in fact, the textual argument seems to be against it, but you know they don't see the whole problem with their say dating of Enoch either. So anyway, with that said, that's how the Jews knew about it, is through revelation via Daniel. Okay? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Vermin Trash Rat for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What is the point of marriage? To elucidate, though, we may enjoy love marriage brings now. At the end of the road, once a couple goes to heaven, they will not be able to enjoy each other eternally. Couple issues here. The point of marriage is to make you holy. Okay? That's the point of marriage, is to increase your holiness. A lot of people fail in that opportunity, but if you avail yourself of the opportunity, it is a great way to make yourself more holy. Because now you're stuck with a sinner. Just like you. Two sinners in a room, gotta become more Christ-like to make it work. Okay? So, at the same time too, the idea is that the other thing is that, well, the whole idea of not enjoying each other eternally, I don't think is exactly right. Okay? The enjoying each other through conjugal relationship won't happen in heaven. It doesn't mean you won't enjoy each other in heaven. I mean, the one thing we take to heaven with us is our relationships. You know, our money we leave behind, our body we leave behind. You know, all the status we worked for, we leave behind. The relationships we bring with us. If your closest relationship on planet Earth is your marriage, guess what you take with you? You take that relationship with you into eternity. The person you're probably going to be closest to in heaven after Jesus Christ will probably be your spouse. So it's not true you won't be enjoying each other in the afterlife. You'll just be enjoying it on a higher level. Yes. Absolutely. Darkblade says, so my younger brother will still be my brother in heaven. Absolutely. Yeah. You're going to take that relationship with you into heaven. Now, I hope you like your younger brother. That could be, okay. But, oh. I know we got another one from Trash Rat that's related. Yes. Okay, where is it? 80 what? 806. So there's a related question here at 806. Here. Oh, it's acting up. 6. All right, Harry Stark asks, when the priest pastor says, until death do them part, does that mean it is permitted to remarry after the spouse dies? Yes, it does. Okay. The institution of marriage is confined to this world. It's not something that you carry with you into the afterlife. Okay? So the institution, the bond of marriage, is temporal. The relationship is eternal. Okay? So that's where we have to sort of draw the line here. The relationship's eternal, the bond is temporal. Okay? Because one of the things is the bond is gives to the married couple exclusive rights. Those exclusive rights are to each other's bodies and each other's property. Okay? So there's that exclusivity, like the man has rights over basically the body of his spouse, and the woman has has certain rights over the body of her husband, and those are monogamous. That's those rights of monogamy. So that's what marriage gets you, is it gives you those physical rights, those rights of this world. And once one spouse is deceased, the bond of those rights is no longer there. So the surviving spouse is free to remarry at that point. But in both cases, for a person who does remarry, the relationship does extend into the afterlife. In both cases. You'll be friends. Yeah. You'll have a relationship in the afterlife. But it's not a physical relationship. Francis Dobbs, any advice on getting married when you're young and broke? Be the person that God wants you to be. And then when it's time, God says it's time for you to be married, you'll be ready. Okay? Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added to you. Now, that's not saying God will have someone for you. I'm not saying that. But whatever God has for you, he'll give it to you at that time. Where's that comment? No. Okay. Jack Ray, single guys go QQ. I don't know what that means. But on being single, okay? It's a lot better to stay single than to marry the wrong person. Okay, I'll say that. Don't marry the wrong person just to get married. That's a formula for heartache and disaster. Okay? Just don't marry if it's the wrong person. Don't do it. Don't marry for the sake of... Yeah, enjoy being single. There's a lot of people out there who got married and regret it. So, yeah. All right, let's get back to the super chats here because it's already 10:30 and time is just going by here. Okay. Now we have a follow-up here from Trash Rat, which is for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. How would you respond to anyone who says that love is an instilled instinct, a chemical reaction of what has been made by man to bring to us comfort? So what if it is? So what if it is a chemical reaction? Hunger's a chemical reaction. So what? It doesn't make it any less real. You know, that's, I mean, you can't reduce it all to a basically a bowl of chemicals. You know, it just doesn't work that way. This is a problem of reductionism. This is a problem of reductionism. You know, there's a lot of things that are chemical that are still nonetheless true. Okay, so just because it's a chemical reaction doesn't mean it's isn't real. The fact is that we do know that our, you know, if as say a unbroken waveform of consciousness, human beings are spiritual physical beings. We are the amalgamation of the physical and the spiritual. You know, a spirit dwells within us, whether that's something given by God or that's auto-generated through a self-generating manifold. It's one of those things where our bodies do affect our spirits. So if love is a chemical reaction, it's a chemical reaction that does affect our spirits. So, the question, the answer I'd give to this one is, so what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't mean it's less true. I mean, am I going to say, oh, you know what? I'm hungry. That's just a chemical reaction sending ghrelin to my brain, telling me I'm hungry. Therefore, I'm going to stop eating because that hunger isn't real. No, we're not going to do that. That'd be crazy. That'd just be crazy. Of course, if you're producing too much ghrelin, you might want to cut down a little bit on the donuts, but, you know, or go on a ketogenic diet, but doesn't make the hunger less real. Just because it's ghrelin sending that neurotransmitter to your brain. In fact, reductionism is just petty nihilism. Yeah, it pretty much is. Yeah, it's pretty much that. Yeah, so it doesn't actually prove anything one way or the other to just say it's a chemical reaction. You know, it doesn't prove it's not real. It doesn't add anything to the conversation either. Yeah, it's part of the greater whole, yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't... So just because you can, you know... Oh, we have Trash Rat back here. Okay. Okay, well, they'll clarify that in a moment. So, yeah, just because it's a chemical reaction doesn't mean anything at all. We are made of chemicals and energy and other things. So, you know, that's just... You know, that's part of the wholeness of being a human being. Okay. Trash Rat clarifies here on one of his questions. Also, just to clarify on my last question, according to you, does that mean I will be able to be with Mrs. Trash Rat for eternity? Yes. Yes, you will. As long as she's a believer. If she's a believer in Jesus Christ, she'll be with you in eternity. And provided, of course, you're a believer in Jesus Christ. If you're both believers in Jesus Christ, yes, you will be together for eternity. Okay? So, absolutely, that's a relationship you take with you to the afterlife. Your relationships are the only thing you take with you to the afterlife. That's what you take. It's also one of the reasons why you should have Christian friends too. And yeah, I should probably improve on this myself. I don't have as many Christian friends as I should. Okay? But those relationships are what you take in the afterlife. Okay? All right. Let's get back to the super chats. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. He asks, for the extension, isn't the Sinai dangerous? Okay. It can be. It can be very dangerous. Well, one of the things about what the trip is doing is it's going from Sheikh el Sharm, or Sharm el Sheikh. Now, Sharm el Sheikh is, it's on the tip of the Sinai. It's a resort. It's really safe. It's a very safe place. Sheikh el Sharm is incredibly safe. It's well protected. It's got lots of guards. You can go swimming with the dolphins there, or Red Sea diving. I mean, it's meant to be the crown jewel of Egyptian resorts. Okay, so it's beautiful. I mean, it's an absolutely stunning place. Okay, so that part of the Sinai is considered to be by every State Department of every country to be on the green list, which means it's safe for all tourists. Okay. Now, when you go into the Sinai, that's where things get a little more dicey. Now, Sharm el Sheikh is about 3 hours away from St. Catherine's. So what they're going to do is they're going to have armed guards. Basically, there's going to be guys with AKs, basically escorting us to and from St. Catherine's. That's if sort of the political climate is safe enough to do that, and it should be at that point. Now these sort of things tend to go up and down. What you don't want to do is you don't want to go on your own without an escort. Okay. Now, in the case of, say, when you're with a tour, the Egyptian government knows where the tour is at all times. And the Egyptian government insists on armed escorts through certain areas. So, when you've got a bus of tourists, they insist on, and the last time I was in Egypt, which was 2021, there was a section where they had an armed escort both in front of us and behind us, going, basically going through a very sort of dangerous stretch of the road. So, and frankly, most of these insurgents will not mess with the Egyptian police and an Egyptian armed escort. They just won't mess with them. Yeah. Take that comment here from Darkblade. Yeah, Egypt cuts no corners with tourists, it seems. And that's true. Yeah, if it's on a tour and the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism has approved it, they will basically go the extra mile to make sure everything is safe. Okay? The danger is when people go off on their own. If they go off on their own, then they're taking their own lives in their own hands. And the tourist basically said too, if you go off on your own, you're responsible for yourself. And you don't want to be there. You don't want to do that. Okay? So, yeah, they don't cut any corners when it comes to sort of the whole safety of tourist things. They've had insurgents try to test this at times, but really they haven't had a serious incident now for over a decade. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, you don't mess with the tourist police. No, you don't mess with them. It just doesn't end well. It does not end well. And you do see these trucks of Egyptian soldiers, especially in big tourist towns like Luxor. You'll see them. They keep a low profile. They keep a very low profile, but they're there. If you're observant, you'll spot them. Like you go to Luxor and you'll see a truck of soldiers, and they're sort of sitting in the back of the truck and with their AKs and they're eating sandwiches and like, okay, they're on duty. They're on duty, but they're vigilant. They're vigilant and they know why they're there. So as long as it's on a bona fide tour, which this is, bona fide tour, I wouldn't. There's really no reason to think it's unsafe. Okay, so, and Jack Ray, skip the beating and go for the gun. Yeah, pretty much. If it's a terrorist, oh yeah. If it's an insurgent, boy, yeah, they'll skip the beating. Oh yeah, everyone knows the rules there too. Everyone knows the rules there, so it's not like they don't know. Egypt is a police state. Yeah, it is a police state. It always has been. There's never been a point in time when Egypt was not a military dictatorship. I mean, even that Arab Spring, that whole 8 months that government was around, it was even that was a military dictatorship of a kind. Didn't last long though, but Egypt just seems to function best as a military police state. It just does. But this has always been. This is Egypt. This is Egypt. Egypt just BC. What about the haunted mummies? You do realize that a mummy weighs about as much as a domesticated cat, right? I mean, they weigh about 5 pounds. That's how much a mummy weighs. I mean, they're super light. I wouldn't be afraid of the haunted mummies. Just saying.
Why they just...
Hayel Hashalom says, by the way, at Ancient Egypt, if I got my super chat question, I saw your super chat in there, we just haven't gotten to it yet. So I saw it. We'll get to it. All right. BC, has anyone ever tried rehydrating a mummy? It's happened by accident. Ew. World War II, when the Berlin Museum was bombed by the Allies, they hid the mummies and the artifacts in basically subway, basically underground rail lines underneath the city. And in those rail lines, they also ran water pipes. The Allied bombing burst the water pipes, which drenched some of the mummies. And the problem with that was it goes to goo really, really fast. It just disintegrates. The mummies disintegrate and they just it all falls apart into a pile of bones and linen. So, yeah, it's high on the ick factor. Haystack juicy. Yep. Yeah, that's what happens to a mummy that gets wet, is it goes to goo. Gooey mummies, yep. It's disgusting, but this is what happens. That's what happens to mummies that are rehydrated, that encounter water. All right, let's get on to the next question. Super chat here, because We're almost rounding 11 o'clock here. Okay, next one here is from 18 Ministries for $1.99. Best guess as to where Sodom is. Okay. My guess as to where Sodom is it's on the southeast corner of the the Dead Sea. Okay. We know that the tar pits where we know where those are. Okay? If you draw sort of a triangle between the top of the Dead Sea, the bottom of the Dead Sea, and into Jordan, it's at that tip of the triangle where those tar pits are. Okay, so we know where they are. Second thing is that we know that when the Mesopotamian coalition attacked Sodom, they did it from Gaza. So they crossed the Negev to Sodom at the tip. So they didn't come back up and around. See, that's what happens. That's the problem with the sort of the northern site. If the site was north, is it's in the wrong direction for the attack vector from Gaza. To get to Gaza, to get to the northern part from the top, they would have to go from Gaza up the Shephelah, not the Shephelah, the coastal plain, across the Jezreel Valley, around the Sea of Galilee, and then come back down the other side. Yeah. That's the long way around. And for Abraham to track them as they go back up that same way would not have made a lot of sense. It would have been very, very difficult to do. So when Amraphel's coalition, the War of Kings, they had to go back to Mesopotamia. They went up through the Judean foothills. They would have had to go, so they're basically coming back down around the Dead Sea and up to the Judean foothills. So, given all that information, the best location for that is going to be at the tip of the Dead Sea, the southern tip of the Dead Sea, and probably a little inland on the east, to the east of it. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for Super Chat. Very much appreciated. Scholar with a Sword for $5. Thank you for the Super Chat. How do you think the Egyptian pantheon began, and why people began to believe in such gods? Okay, what we know of the early Egyptian pantheon was it seems to have been a kind of animism. So already early in Egypt's history, there seems to be a local group of basically various animistic deities that are local to certain towns and regions. Now, you'd have, say, a region has a deity, but you'd also have towns within that region that also have deities. And they tended to be anthropomorphic deities. So you would have rabbit goddesses, falcon goddesses. You'd have cow gods of various kinds. We're not sure if Hathor was one of them, but it's possible. Horus is probably one of the really early ones. Horus is really early deity. Basically, Seth is a really early deity. Nut is a very early deity. So these really early deities seem to be basically animal deities that are kind of totems. Now, they're not really totems. They are in the truest sense an anthropomorphic deity. So basically animals that are basically elevated to the status of divine. So basically the early Egyptian pantheon just sort of started as, say, it became a cohesive kingdom as Egypt started, becoming less centered around towns and cities and became more of a kingdom as such. The Egyptian pantheon sort of just kept growing as more and more towns, more and more provinces became part of the various kingdoms. and ultimately the two kingdoms, the Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. Now, why did they believe in such gods? Who knows? That's just what they thought were the deities of the local area. Okay? So, we don't know why they went for animistic forms of worship to begin with, but that does seem to be how it progressed. Was essentially they just kept adding deities to the pantheon as they sort of went along. Okay? So, ooh, brutal. Jack Ray, who needs an Asherah pole when you can have a cat god scratching pole? or a cat god who uses an Asherah pole as a scratching post. Ooh. Okay, so with that said, let's get on the next super chat here. Which is going to be from the Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. What is your overall view of dating? Any advice? I have one piece of advice, and I don't give a lot of advice on dating, but the one piece of advice I will give is don't date anyone who's not a serious consideration for marriage. If that person is a serious consideration for marriage, go ahead, date him or her. Okay? But if it is a person that would be immediately disqualified from being marriage material, don't date them. Don't date someone who's already married. They're not eligible. They're not eligible to be married because they're already married. Don't date that person. Okay? If they are an unbeliever, don't date them because if you were to date them, fall in love, and get married, you'd be unequally yoked. You will 99% of the time you cannot convert somebody you're dating. Missionary dating does not work. Okay? There have been exceptions. They're incredibly rare. Okay? Very, very rare. Okay? So don't do it. It's not worth the risks. And what's the risk? You'll fall in love. You'll fall in love. You'll marry this person knowing that you two are not going to be going to the same place in the afterlife. You're not going to share the same values. You're not going to raise the kids the same way. And you're going to have a really strained marriage. Really strange marriage. So, this is what I would... Tim Yara, learn from Solomon's mistakes and don't repeat them. Yeah. Well, we were told that in the case of Solomon, he married many wives who turned his faith against God, to idols. Yeah, we've seen this many, many times. You know, I've seen this, you know, with friends, you know, a Christian friend will marry a pagan woman, you know, and I mean here a neo-pagan woman. And what happens is she doesn't change, he does. He did. You know, he became much more pagan to the point where he started calling himself a druid Christian. What's that? That's not a thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that would be my piece of advice. Okay? Is don't date somebody who would be ineligible for marriage to begin with. Okay? But, you know, if once they are married, that's it. You're stuck. Then you got to make the best of it. So you want to avoid those issues if you can. So again, it's not just a religious thing. It's also sometimes they're not eligible to be married. Like, for example, don't date somebody who's already married. They can't marry you already, so don't do it. All right. Trash Rat asks a follow-up question. What if they deconvert after marriage? Yes, that can happen. Now, here's the thing. If they deconvert after marriage, okay, you entered the marriage into good faith. If they want to stay, then stick with it. And the Bible does talk about this. If somebody does, who was unbeliever and one spouse, converts, well, do they want to keep with a marriage? If the unbelieving spouse doesn't want to keep with it, then there's nothing you can do about it. Then you part ways. But if both parties are still into the marriage, then absolutely you stay. You stay. And then you be an example of Christ to the partner. But a deconversion can happen during marriage, and in those cases, it then comes down to what does the unbelieving partner want to do. Yeah. Yeah. And as my producer says, this is part of loving your spouse, is loving them through that. Even if they do something that's unwise or self-destructive, loving them through that is love. It's not a desirable position to be in. So you'd rather avoid that if you can at all possible. But if it comes down to that, yeah, you still love them. You still treat them like your own flesh because they are in this world. And you still love them as Christ loved the church. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that follow-up question. It's a tough position to be in. I don't envy anybody who is in that position, but yeah, that can happen, and you just make the best of it. Okay, next one here is from Flintlock for $10, and this is first super chat. So thank you for the super chat. He asks, do you have any insight into corporal punishment passages like Proverbs 13:24, 23-13, etc.? What is the best way to understand what's being prescribed in the original context? Okay. Just take one of those. Proverbs 13, and we'll we won't probably take. Okay. The couplet here is probably verses 24 and 25 here. We want to take it as a couplet. He who spares his rod hates his son, but he who loves him disciplines him diligently. The righteous has enough to satisfy his appetite, but the stomach of the wicked is in want. Okay. Now, this couplet here, got to take the two together. So this is the passage here. So we just can't take verse 24 alone. Got to take it with verse 25. And this is what it's going to talk about here. It's an interesting. It's going to talk about verse 25, gluttony. We have encountered this before in another passage, where an adult son is taken before the community and by the parents, and the parents say to the community, leaders of the community, "This is my son. He's a drunkard and a glutton." And then the community takes out the son and stones him. Okay? So what's happening here is you're having the righteous discipline of verse 24 being basically compared to a son that is righteous and has enough versus one who is wicked and a glutton. Remember here, the glutton here is killing somebody else in the community because he's eating more than his fair share. He's eating more than his allotment. He's taking food he shouldn't be eating. And he is killing somebody else by taking their portion. That is what is so egregious egregious about gluttony in the ancient world. Everyone is living on knife-edge agriculture. Everybody is living within 50 calories of starvation. So what you have here is discipline teaches the child to live within his means, to live within his allotment, so that he is righteous and only takes what he is in need of. Okay? So when we look at this passage here, the rod here is to prevent that child from just doing as he pleases. So he doesn't become the glutton and the drunkard that would end up in him being stoned, essentially. So that's what's sort of driving this passage here, is that this is the rod here, the corporal punishment is meant to be the corrective when the child would otherwise go completely off the rails. So it seems, in one case, it does seem that this is a condign action by the parent to use, say, a rod in this way, but it is meant to correct to prevent what's going to happen in verse 25 if he doesn't. The child that has no discipline at all. And really here, the rod is just a metaphor for discipline in general. It doesn't have to be corporal punishment. Can be. That's a possibility. But it doesn't have to be. The rod here is just discipline. And this goes in verse 24. He who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him disciplines him diligently. The rod's just a metaphor for discipline. It doesn't have to be the physical exercise of pain, but it can be. But that's better than him becoming a glutton, a drunkard, and killing somebody. No parent would want that on their conscience. Like a kid who's been given everything he wants, given a motor vehicle, goes, gets drunk, and kills the family. No parent wants that on his conscience. At least no good parent. So we have our own versions of this in our culture. But the whole idea here is that you want to train your child to be a responsible member of the community. So that's the insight I'd have here on, say, Proverbs 13, 24 to 25. And that would be the original context. The context is in that view of, say, eating too much to the point where somebody else dies. So that's a pretty serious thing in ancient Israelite culture. A very serious thing. Let's just take a quick look at 23. If it's roughly the same, we won't go into it. But yeah, okay, something similar. Okay, 23, 13 to 14. Do not hold back discipline from a child. Although you beat him with a rod, he will not die. Again, this is not beating a kid to injury. This is more of a reed than a stick. Okay, this is not beating him with a staff. Okay, you're not causing him hemorrhages or anything like that. You beat him with the rod and deliver his soul from Sheol, from eternal punishment. Okay? So again, this is a corrective. It's a discipline. It's not meant to be necessarily a corporal punishment, but it could include that. But again, it's to prevent the worst thing from happening. Now, again, this is going to depend from child to child. Some children will need physical punishment. Some won't. Again, know your child. Right now, at this point... Yeah. You don't want to physically abuse a child. Okay, that's morally wrong. Do not physically abuse a child. There is a difference between discipline and abuse. And sometimes parents do step over the line on that. At the same time, too, there's the other kind of neglect as well, where a child has complete license. That's also abuse of a different kind. It's when you pay further down the road. Okay? Yeah, this is not Egyptian beating, Jack. Not even close. No, Egyptian beating is meant to cripple. You don't want to hurt your child. It's really not that kind of beating. Okay? It's essentially all this is euphemism for discipline. That's what it is. Yeah. You're not doing this out of anger. You're doing this out of love. You love your child that you don't want bad things to happen to him. And this is why the corrective. It's meant to be, the whole point of discipline is to be a corrective so that the child doesn't go down a bad road down in the future. That's the reason you do it. It's because you love the child and you want the best for him. It's not because you're angry. Many parents do it out of anger. Don't ever discipline a child out of anger. Discipline a child out of love. Because it's best for the child. Not because you're angry. Okay? So anyway, that's my insight on this. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, next one here. Angel WVM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What are your thoughts on numbers 21, 8 to 9, and the significance of why the fiery bronze serpent is used? Okay, let's bring the Bible here. Numbers 21, 8 to 9. Okay. Verse 8. Then the Lord said to Moses, make a fiery serpent and set it on a standard, and it shall come about that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, shall live. And Moses made a bronze serpent and set it on the standard, and it came about that if the serpent bit any man, if a serpent bit any man, he looked to the bronze serpent and he lived. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, we've got two different words for serpent being used here, which is very interesting. It's very interesting. You've got the term nakash. You've got nakash. And you also have the word seraph. Now, the nakash it's the same word used of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, which is very interesting. So we do know that this is a word that was used for certain kinds of, say, vipers. Vipers would be a good translation here. Okay? But the seraph is a little different. This is a fiery serpent. A serpent. It's where we get the word seraphim from. Okay? We talked about seraphim earlier on as being winged cobras that spit out fire. Same thing. Okay? So Moses makes this cobra, bronze cobra, winged cobra, for the people to look up to. And if they were bitten by the viper, they would look up to the seraph and they'd be healed. Okay? Now, this is an angelic being. We have to understand that this is an image of an angelic being. So the whole idea of that they're in an area that's snake infested. They're in an area that's snake infested. They're getting bit by these vipers and they're going down hard. So they're having to travel through the snake infested area, and they need a reprieve. They need a reprieve. So the Lord tells them to make this image of this divine being, of this seraphim, seraph. And seraph is the single of seraphim. And if they look at it, The faith in God will make them whole, make them heal. Okay? So that's the significance here. It's the same sort of seraph that is we find, say, used in, say, books, First Temple period books like I believe it's Ezekiel that refers to seraphim. But it's that sort of thing. It's one of the angelic host, and it happens to be the angelic host that is symbolized by a fire-spitting winged cobra. So that's the significance here. It was one of the beings that was used to protect sacred space. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Next here is from Jack Ray. We finally got to his gifts of 10 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. Next one here is from Billy Ningen for $5. Thank you again. Dr. Falk, don't know if this is outside your specialty, but is it relevant to study ancient India, Indus Valley for biblical background? It's probably not. I mean, it's not in my specialty. First of all, I know very little about the Indus Valley. But it's really outside the domain of biblical studies. So there's been almost, I think in the entire corpus of the Bible, there's one word that comes from the Indus Valley. That's it. So there's almost no overlap between ancient India and the Bible. Almost none. So it's really probably not going to be that fruitful to study that to get more background on the Bible. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Another 10 memberships from Jack Ray. Thank you again. Okay. Matthew Scarborough for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is a single book convincing skeptical, fundy Christians of any denomination to at least look into ancient Near Eastern, Greco-Roman, Second Temple period backgrounds? Yeah. The problem is, if they're of that sort of persuasion already, getting them to read a book is probably going to be difficult. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's lots of good books on ancient Near Eastern backgrounds. Okay. But to get a fundamentalist to read one, that's an issue. You're gonna have some problems there with that one. Yeah, you're gonna have to intrigue them, not force them. The best thing you can do is probably draw them into it. Just it's yeah. As I say, lots of good books on this, but yeah. I mean, Baker's backgrounds of the Bible of the Old Testament is pretty good. It's a good book for that, but getting them to read it is a different matter altogether. The problem with the whole fundamentalist hermeneutic is it's an everything or nothing proposition. Most fundamentalist Christians are going to have one interpretation. They hold the belief of a single interpretation view, which is everything in the Bible has one interpretation. You know, you look at the Red Sea, it's got one interpretation. And usually this comes out of a very English Bible hermeneutic. So it's like, okay, this is what the King James Version says. That's what it means. Yeah, you don't need the Hebrew or the Greek because the English King James Version, that says it all. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult. It's a tough sell. It's a tough sell. And I've been in these communities long enough to know that that's a very, very difficult sell. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Matthew Scarborough says, my brother got about 10 pages into your book then stopped because don't be like Egypt. Thankfully, he has recently got peaked by Heiser due to the remnant radio. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, really. It's a stumbling block. The whole idea that verses in the Bible can have more than one interpretation is a real stumbling block to a lot of fundamentalists. I heard like Josh Bowen once say, he didn't even know that there were more than one interpretation of Bible verses until he was doing his PhD at Johns Hopkins and already started deconverting. That's, the guy had been through several, master's degrees in biblical studies at that point. And basically, it's the first time he's discovering it. But that's sort of the fundamentalist hermeneutic, is there's just one interpretation for any verse of the Bible. So, anyway, yeah, it's a problem. It's one we have to work on to educate our communities, and it's going to be slow going, honestly. But at least we're making progress, and I'll say that is at least we're starting to make progress so that it's not as bad as it was, but there's still issues. Okay. And that'll be as issues as long as that hermeneutic remains. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Sorry I couldn't be the bearer of better news on this one, but that's just the unfortunate problem that we face here with this particular interpretation. Okay, Addison Weir for $4.99 asks, so how can I get you to popcorn review a particular video? You can't. Because popcorn reviews are secret. We always take suggestions for popcorn reviews. If you want to leave a suggestion for a popcorn review, put it in the comments. Not in the live chat, in the comments. Okay? We'll see the comment. If it's a good video and we think it's appropriate for a popcorn review, we'll do it. If we don't, we won't. Okay? But we tend to keep those things under wraps as to so you usually can't just say, well, I want you to do this, and we won't agree to that. If we like the idea, we'll say, well, we'll consider it. And then we'll consider it. Maybe we'll do it, maybe we won't. Don't know. It's top secret. Jack Ray, thank you. Oh boy. Alright, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Let me explain. Follows as a shepherd puts in a member question. In Psalm 58:8, it states that snails melt. Did the ancient Hebrews actually believe snails melted, or is this just metaphorical language? Ever put salt on a slug? It looks like they melt. Now, it's not actually melting. But it sure looks like it does. Okay. But let's pull up Psalm 58 here. Psalm 58. Verse 8. Okay. Let them be as a snail which melts away as it goes along like the miscarriages of a woman which never see the sun. Okay. So, it is talking about the slime it leaves behind, that it's sort of, the idea here is more like candle wax. So they're viewing it in that sense that you've got a snail, it's kind of looks kind of waxy, it's melting itself as it leaves a snail trail. So that's what it's really talking about here. It's a metaphor. It's an image. Okay? So it's kind of like the sun sets. Now, the sun doesn't really set. We use this language still today. When we go outside and we see the sun go down over the horizon, we say it's sunsets. The sun's not really setting. The Earth is rotating. I know that's a shock to some people, but yeah. But the sun's not really setting. But from our perception, it looks like it is, so we say it as it appears, not as it actually is scientifically. Okay? So in the same way, they don't actually believe that the snail is melting, but it's leaving a slime trail in its wake. Okay? Now they do not put salt on slugs, but you could. I could see where they get that language, because there are times when snails do look like they're melting. Okay? They can look like it. Doesn't mean they are, but it's using a kind of language to describe what it looks like. So like a candle melts and leaves a waxy drip. So a snail, when it moves, looks like it's melting by leaving a slime trail behind it. So it's a kind of figurative language. Figurative language. It's a descriptive language, but it's not actually believing that snails melted. All right? So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat or the question. We really appreciate it and hope it helped. All right, next one here is from Michael Gee for 20 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. Judges 3:8 and 3:10 refer to a certain king of Mesopotamia. Have you found this king in a king's list? When did he reign? Well, let's find out which one it is. I think I know which one it is. Passage. Judges 3. Verse 8. Yep, that's the one I thought it was. Okay. All right. Then the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, so that he sold them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. And the sons of Israel served. Yeah. Okay. Now, it doesn't actually say Mesopotamia here. Okay. That's a translation of Aram Naharaim. That's a really important difference here. So we'll get back to this in a moment. And the sons of Israel served Cushan, Rishathaim, 8 years. And verse 10, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he judged Israel. When he went out to war, the Lord gave Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hand, so he prevailed over Cushan-Rishathaim. Okay. Now, this is a really terrible translation of Aram Naharaim. Okay. This is a dual toponym. Okay? This is a dual toponym. Aram is not Mesopotamia. It's in Syria. Okay? It's the remains of Naharaim, which is the Mitanni Empire. When the Mitanni Empire fell apart, it became the kingdom. It broke up into several kingdoms of Aram. And Aram is the geographic designation. So we're here in the book of Judges just after the dissolution of the Mitanni Empire, when Aram is kind of a no man's land. It's kind of a wild west of various groups that are competing for, say, cohesion and dominance. It is not yet sort of gelled back together into a cohesive state. So in this particular case, it's being called by a dual name. Naharaim is, say, an Egyptian term. It does mean Mitanni. Aram is the geographic designation. So the Mitanni lived in Aram. That's part of their domain, as it were, when the Mitanni fell apart. So this is not Mesopotamia. Not even close to Mesopotamia. So this is a translation. It's a traditional translation that's just not a good translation. However, because we are dealing with a post-Mitanni king of Aram, the records here are going to be super sketchy. We have very few records from this period. Very few records of Aramean kings at this time. So we would not necessarily have anything to basically find of this king. Now, the other thing we should note too here is it should be Kishan, not Kushan. Kishan is a city in basically Syria, and it's something we do find in, say, that northern area there. So, I mean, it's possible he might be a king from northern Mesopotamia. That's a possibility that, then sort of, inhabited the place of Aram. But this is definitely talking about the kingdom of Aram, not Mesopotamia. Okay. So he would have reigned probably in the early time of the Judges, in that sort of 1150-ish period, 1150-ish, maybe 1100s. So that's sort of when we would expect this to have taken place, around 1100, 1150. Okay, but again, we don't have any records from Aram at that time. That's just one of those sort of dark periods of Aramean history. Okay, so anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helped. We're at 11:30 here. We've got to kind of rush through to get to the end of the super chats here, and then we will call it a night. Ooh, we got a spammer. Sorry, Wesley Curry, you're a spammer. We don't do that. All right. Tom Wanchek here. Asks a member question. How does the description of Israel-Philistine standoff in 1 Samuel 17, David versus Goliath, fit with what we know of battles in that region at the time? That's a very good question. Now, the whole Israel-Philistine standoff is part of the agricultural wars that was begun by Saul against the Philistines. So, that 1 Samuel 17 is part of that series of wars under the reign of King Saul. Okay, so that's the continuation of those where Saul is fighting the Philistines in the Shephelah to get all that agricultural land in the Shephelah Valley. The Philistines and the Israelites have been fighting over that piece of territory since the Judges. Okay. But it's now come to a head. So no longer do you have one-off, say, Judges fighting each other, fighting Philistines for that land. Now you've got a kingdom of Israel that's fighting the Philistines head-on for that land. Okay? So, yeah, you got the Philistines on one side of the valley, you got the Israelites on the other side of the valley, and they're fighting in between. So, with that said, it does seem to be cohesive with the violence of the time. Now, in the particular, the Battle of David and Goliath is a little different. David's form of warfare during 1 Samuel 17 is consistent with the time. The sling. People did use slings back then, and they were deadly weapons. Deadly weapons. Goliath's armor is a bit different. It's a Mycenaean armor. And how we know it's a Mycenaean armor is it uses bracers. Bracers were something that Mycenaean mercenaries used. It wasn't something that we find Levantine soldiers using, or even Philistine soldiers. Philistine soldiers didn't wear bracers. It's something that is particular to people who fought in the Mycenaean Wars. So it looks like that Goliath had originally been a mercenary. He had been a mercenary. He had fought in the Greek archipelago, and then, where he got his armor and his spear and all that, and then returned home to Gath, where he sort of resumed his vocation as a mercenary on behalf of the Philistines. Okay? And as far as the description of Goliath's armor, it's completely consistent with Bronze Age Mycenaean mercenaries, but it's not consistent with Levantine. So that's where we get the idea that he is a mercenary. He's a Mycenaean mercenary. But he's also from Gath. And Goliath is a well-known name in Gath. We find 3 attestations of the name Goliath. One in 2 Samuel, 1 Samuel, and 1 2 Samuel, and an ostraca. That's 100 years after the incident in 2 Samuel that records the name. So, yeah, it's take that 2 here. Let's see. I find that there. Dark Blade. I think Dark Blade says it might be possible that Goliath might have had ancestors and other relatives that fought in the Trojan War about 150 years before this episode. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible that Goliath might have had ancestors that were involved in the Trojan War. That's completely possible. Okay. All right, so with that said, let's get back to the super chats here. Overall, it's consistent with the 1 Samuel 17 is consistent with the style of warfare at the time. It's consistent with the sort of standoffs that are done. That whole, having 2 armies stand back and having 2 guys duel it out, and one side agreeing to do what the other says as a result of the victor. Interestingly enough, we find something very similar in this in the Trojan War. Trojan War mentions this in the Iliad. The whole Achilles versus Hector. That was a duel between 2 members of an army. So that whole sort of contest of basically each side selecting a hero and duking it out to prevent further bloodshed was something that was done back then, especially in the Bronze Age. So, yeah, this is very sort of reminiscent of the time. Okay. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat or member question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Jam for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any rhyme or reason to the nature of the 10 plagues in Egypt? Yes, there is. They are very much coincides with hypernatural events that we find in the Nile inundation. These are events that have happened before in the history of ancient Egypt. They are usually tied with extreme flooding during the annual inundation. So the whole idea of the frogs, the water turning to blood, the gnats, the flies, all of that is the result of hypernatural events of a extreme Nile inundation. Okay, so there seems to be a nature of that. There's also indications too of, say, other meteorological events that have happened in Egypt before, such as the darkness. We see that with the occasional sandstorm that also includes fire and ash. Okay, that's been a phenomenon that's been observed in Egypt. Hail's been observed in Egypt. That's these are things that are, that have happened in Egypt from time to time throughout its history. So there is a rhyme and a reason to it, and it does seem to coincide with the natural inundation cycle of Egypt, just on an extreme level. And the timing, yeah. Okay, so the next one here is from Phil Fox for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat, Phil. He says, keep up the good work, brother. Thank you for your work. Thank you for sharing your husband with us, Mrs. Falk. She appreciates that. Well, it's good to hear from you, brother. We really appreciate the work you do as well. You do a lot of great work for the urban apologetics community, and we know that that's a very, very difficult mission field. It's a difficult mission field. So we very much appreciate the work you do as well. And if you guys out there do give Mr. Phil Fox's channel some love and become a subscriber to his channel also, because he does some great, great work. And thank you so very much, brother. We will talk again soon. Okay. Hayil Hashalom for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Told you we were going to get to it. How does the Israel-Palestine conflict impact archaeological projects? In a very negative way. That's the answer. Unfortunately, when you have a state of war in Israel, all the archaeological projects shut down. To a T. We saw this during, say, COVID, where during COVID, all the archaeological projects shut down. During intifadas and Israel-Palestinian conflicts, all the archaeological projects shut down. It just becomes too dangerous, too risky. So that's what happens, is they go on hiatus until things sort of simmer down again. That is just fairly normal for these sorts of enterprises. Because frankly, archaeology is one of those fair weather endeavors where you want everyone to be safe. You've got essentially students out there digging. Okay? It's not just professional archaeologists. You've got a lot of students involved. A lot of single women. These are people who, are not armed. They're not armed. It's a dangerous place. You want to keep them safe. So it's just easier to shut down the archaeology until things settle down. So, yeah, I know, Murray, Sweden. Rest in peace, Man Machine Alert. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're going to get a paucity of mana machine alerts during the Intifada, these uprisings, just because they're not digging, they're not finding new results, and yeah, unfortunately, that's gonna cause us some suffering for mana machine alerts, which is too bad, because man, we could use some more. They're cool. I love the mana machine alerts. All right. So, to the next super chat here. Another thank you to Jack Ray for 5 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Okay, now we get to BC here for $5 Australian. Thank you very much. And he says, Scripture seems to indicate that adultery is more of a sin against God than against one's spouse. What are your thoughts on this? Well, Scripture seems to indicate that every sin is more a sin against God than against the person. The reason is because God cannot stand sin. It offends his sense of holiness. It offends his sense of purity and goodness and justice. As human beings, If someone is contrite enough, if someone is, asked for forgiveness, sometimes we let it slide. God can't let sin slide. All sin is ultimately an offense against God. I think it was even David who, when asked about the adultery with Bathsheba, he said, yes, his sin against Uriah was like tenfold, but his sin against God was 10,000-fold. The ultimate, basically, offense is against God. That's where the offense really is. It's not against man. It is against man too, but God is grievously offended. And he just can't stand iniquity and evil in his presence. So God desires righteousness. He desires holiness. And when we decide to rebel against God, and sin, that's an affront. That's an affront to God, even though the bad action might be against another person. When you basically, like, for example, let's say you steal something. You steal someone's Bitcoin. You steal someone's Bitcoin. Well, you basically are telling God that, okay, I'm not happy with what you've given me. I'm going to take what I want from somebody else and reject your provision, your goodness, and do what I want. So, in every respect where there's a sin against a person, it leads its root is in a rejection of God and the way God wants things done. A rejection of loving your neighbor is a rejection of loving God. Doing it your way. That's why the offense is magnified. And it's magnified on the level in that it's against an eternal being. A being that doesn't just let it go. So and frankly, we're eternal beings too. We should be mindful of that. So, yeah, any sin that we do is much more grievous when viewed from the eyes of God. Much more grievous. Because its implications are deeper and higher. So anyway, I hope that's my thoughts on this. I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, I think we're almost at the end because it's good, because it's 1:45. Yeah, Jack Ray. Frank Sinatra, my way wouldn't wash with God. He might be in the other place because of it. Yeah. Just saying. Yeah, from what I heard, that he's probably in the other place anyway, but... Yeah, Sinatra. Yep, you got it, Jack Ray. Oh boy. There's a reason why that guy was a new Las Vegas lounge lizard. I mean, come on. Okay, so... thank you, Jack Ray, for another 5 memberships. We appreciate that. Okay, Vermin the Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Falk, you've called me cute. But the real question is, why are you so cute? Okay. Also, since you have some rodents in thy lore, can I be part of it? Do we have rodents in the lore? Yeah, rabbits aren't rodents. I don't think we have any rodents in the lore. We've got foxes. They're not rodents. Rabbits aren't rodents. They're in the lore. I mean, you're not. It's not that we're not trying to feel you make you feel unwelcome, but it's a very special thing to be part of the lore. We don't decide the lore, okay? The community decides the lore, okay? It's the community that decides what's lore and what isn't, okay? We're just sort of sitting along and just enjoying the ride. I mean, yeah, I mean,
He says that the gig.
BC says, what makes Dr. Fox so cute? It's the giggles. Okay. Jack Ray says, Addison super chats bonbon questions. Well, yeah. Yeah. Didn't see Bonbon here tonight, though. I hope he joins us at some point. But BC says, the lore creates itself. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, the lore creates itself. We don't create the lore. The lore is auto-generates. Yeah, Rexy the big rodent, but, you know, yeah, we all know what happened to Rexy, too. Okay. The Velociraptor got him. Okay. So that was fun. Okay, the next one here is from Joseph Parton for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 31:53, pardon my confusion. My question is based on this verse. Is Nahor and Abraham worshiping the same God or separate gods? Ooh, interesting question. All right, let's pull this one up because I think I know where this is going. Genesis 31:53. Okay. I'll pull up our Bible here. Dang, it does a dude, the dang Velociraptor. Oh, the Velociraptor is the apex predator. You just gotta be it. Okay, so we'll start here at verse 52 of Genesis 31. This heap is a witness, and the pillar is a witness. This is talking about standing stones, essentially, basically piles of rock that are used to commemorate certain covenants. Okay, so that's what it's talking about here at the beginning of heap and a pillar. Okay? A pillar, that's a matze boat. Yeah, that's a matze boat. So a pillar is like a stela. It's a big rock stela. So the heap would be like an altar made of stone, and the pillar would be a matze boat of commemoration. That I will not pass by this heap to you for harm, and you will not pass by this heap and this pillar to me for harm. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judged between us. So Jacob swore by the fear of his father Isaac. Now the question here is Nahor and Abraham worshiping the same God or separate gods? That's a very good question. And there are some exegetes that basically say, yeah, they are worshiping separate gods. Now, the basis of this is that one of the things was that Abraham was told to leave his father and go to the promised land. And yet he doesn't. For some reason, he sticks around until Nahor's death. So, there is that implication in this that Nahor is worshiping another god. So, but the question too is, is that really the case here, or is that just an implication? In the case of, let's see, I'm going to take a look at just the Hebrew here, verse 53 for see if it's right here. God of Abraham and the God of Nahor judge between us, our ancestor of our fathers. Okay, so when you look at the Hebrew here, you've got basically God of Abraham and the God of Nahor. Judge. Now that's a very interesting thing here. That judge. That's a verb. That's the tense of that is the third person masculine plural. Okay. So it's a third person masculine plural. So given that it's a third person masculine plural, count perfect, third person masculine plural. Yeah, okay. So this means if we, and that's actually going to give us a lot of insight here to this passage. Because if it is a third person masculine plural, that means it's not one and the same subject. So the idea here is that the God of Abraham, and then a second God, a God of Nahor, two gods, therefore, be the plural here, judge between us. Okay? The God of their father. Okay? So, this whole idea here is that there is probably two gods being worshipped here, given the structure of the sentence. But again, that's not something that's really out there, but it does seem to be that Abraham is worshiping a different deity than Nahor is. Okay? So that would be probably given, say, the construction of the verb here, the best interpretation of the passage. Two different gods being worshipped, being asked to judge between them. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and that's probably the best that we can get out of that passage. Okay, next one here is from Jonathan Monroe for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is justice and righteous the same thing? No, it's not. Okay? To be righteous is to behave in a way that is holy. Okay? Justice is to do what is right in the matter of, say, injustice. Okay? I'm not a moral ethicist, so I want to be very clear about this. This is not sort of my field. But to exercise justice is to have the power to make judgments. Okay, you have to have the power to make judgments to administer justice. A judge can administer justice. A police officer can administer justice. A person with no power cannot administer justice. But a person with no power can be righteous. Okay? So you can be righteous just by living a holy life. But at the same time, too, you can be in a position where you have no ability to administer justice. Because you don't have any power, because you can't act in a way that where that power is exercised. You cannot address the grievances of the needy and the wronged. So basically, the whole matter of justice is righting wrongs. That's the purpose of justice. And justice requires power to do that. Agency. You have to have the agency to right a wrong, to administer justice. All of us are called to be righteous, but those with power are also called to administer justice. And if you have no power, you cannot administer justice. But everyone has the capacity to be righteous. Good question, and an important distinction to be made between the two. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. And he adds a clarity here. Is something considered justice in the eyes of the land? Does that make it right? No. Okay? That's the other thing, is just because everyone thinks it's right doesn't make it right. Okay? This is one of those ad populum fallacies. Just because everyone thinks it's the way case doesn't mean it is. Doesn't mean it's true. Doesn't mean it's just. Okay? So just because everyone believes it's so doesn't make it so. Okay? In say the Aztec kingdom, there was human sacrifice. Most of the people thought it was a good thing. Not a good thing. Okay? You could have the majority of a population believe something that is abhorrent, absolutely abhorrent, and still believe it. Believe that's the right thing to do. Again, does not matter here if 1,000, everyone in a population, down to man, woman, child, believes something is right when it is morally wrong. Okay? So, yeah, just because population demographics doesn't make something right. It has to be right on its own. Okay, Algot Robinson for 50 Swedish kroner. Thank you very much for the super chat. Romans 13, 1-7, and 1 Peter 2, 13, 17. Why did Christ persecute the early Christians but bless the Byzantine, I think you mean Byzantine Empire, by allowing it to exist? What sin did they do? I don't understand the question. Yeah, I don't understand this question. You'll have to be a little... You might want to rephrase that question, because I don't really understand that. I mean, the Byzantine Empire was just the continuation of the Roman Empire in the East. That's all it was. Okay? So, early Christians just, the fact is that the Roman Empire did serve to be a, place where Christians, say, eventually thrived, even though early on they were persecuted in it. Okay? I mean, persecution does lead to growth in the church. Tertullian once said that the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. So that's... Hey, hon, pay attention. See that? He's back. Yeah, we need you to pay a little more attention. All right, dude, you're banned. You're gone. Okay. All right, so, okay, so... Yeah, we don't allow people who just want to be annoying here. This is not the place for it. Okay, so anyway, why did the early church, were they persecuted, and why did the Byzantine Empire last as long as they did? Because it served God's purpose one way or the other. But, exactly how it served the purpose, that's a matter of historians to debate, essentially. So... I see Algot here, probably has a little bit of extra context here. And he was meaning that God persecute wrongdoers, and Paul and Peter verse, they seem to suggest that the Roman Empire punished wrong does with God's blessing. Okay. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Now, the fact is that governments do exist for a purpose. Well, let's take the get back here. Let's read the passages here, because we might get a little more enlightenment out of the passages themselves. So Romans, let's go to Romans here first. Romans 13, verse 1 to 7. Okay, let every person be in subjection to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except from God, and those which exist are established by God. Therefore, he who resists authority has opposed the ordinance of God, and they who have opposed will receive condemnation upon themselves. For the rulers are not a cause of fear for good behavior, but for evil. Do you have no fear of authority? Do what is good, and you will have praise from the same. Now, this is assuming good leadership here, not necessarily evil leadership, but still, you are to be in subjection to that authority. For it is a minister of God for you to you for good. But if you do what is evil, be afraid. For it does not bear the sword for nothing. For it is a minister of God and an avenger who brings wrath upon those who practice evil. Wherefore, it is necessary to be in subjection, not only because of wrath, but also for conscience sake. For, because of this, you also pay taxes, for rulers are servants of God, devoting themselves to this very thing. Render to all what is due them, tax whom tax is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. Okay? So it's essentially, Romans 13 here is basically saying, God put authority in for a reason. Do what's, do what's righteous, and most of the time, and this is again not an absolute ironclad rule, okay, most of the time you're going to live peaceably with your government, essentially. And they're there for a reason. Government's there to keep order, to administer justice, to enforce fair dealings, to protect. Okay? So then we got, say, 1 Peter 2, 13 to 17. Okay. And this reads, starting verse 13, submit yourself to the Lord's sake to every human institution, whether to a king or one in authority, or to governors as sent to him by him for punishment of evildoers, and praise of those who do right. For such is the will of God, that by doing good you may silence the ignorance of foolish men. Act as free men, and do not use your freedom as a cover for evil, but use it as bondservants of God. Honor all men, love the brotherhood, fear God, honor the king. Okay? So what we have here is this sort of this tension between, say, the persecution of the early church under the government of the state versus the idea to submit to the state. So there's a tiering here of say obedience. Our obedience is first to Christ. And after that, obedience to the state. So as long as our obedience to the state doesn't interfere with our obedience to Christ, to God, we are free to do what's right and to give to Caesar what is Caesar's. And, the whole sort of blessing and cursing here is sort of irrelevant to the overall sort of maxims here. But that's what made sort of Christians, say, different from other persecuted groups during the time of the Roman Empire, is that when a Christian was persecuted, what was his response? It was to give to Caesar what's Caesar's, not to deny Caesar what's Caesar's. give to Caesar what's Caesar's, and to help your neighbor, and to fulfill your civic duties. So, in many respects, it took like 3 centuries, but eventually Christians were starting to be seen as assets to the Roman Empire because of that attitude towards the government. So when we look at this, we're going to have to basically parse that down to, again, differentiate between what is the duty to government and to God versus, say, how that played out in history. Okay? And the two can be, different and have a tension between them. As long as we understand that, there's not necessarily any sort of, inconsistency here. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciated. Again, I'm not sure, there's no sin involved here. Christians were not persecuted because of sin. They were persecuted because of the government wanting something that belonged to God alone, which was obedience, basically calling Caesar Lord, which was verboten for early Christians. Still verboten, actually. So it wasn't for sin. It was just a competition of, say, who has that right. Does Caesar have the right to be Lord, or does Jesus Christ have the right to be Lord? There's no question, it's Jesus Christ. So given that sort of struggle between priorities of the state versus the priorities of Christ, you're going to pick Christ every time. But once God has given what he's due, Caesar is entitled to what's left. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, we're after midnight here, and we're almost at the end here, so we're wrapping up. Jack Ray gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Jack. Very much appreciate your support, and he did it a second time right after that. So we really, really appreciate you giving these memberships to people, and it helps our channel and our community grow. So appreciative. Okay, and our last super chat here is from Albert Robertson again for 50 strange kroners. Thank you very much for that super chat and the support of our channel. Now, he asks, was Christ addressing oral tradition or scripture in Matthew 5:34-48? How to understand this in relation to Psalm 59? Any favorite socks brand? Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Let's get to that. Ooh. Okay. All right. Let's get to the text here. And the text here is Matthew chapter 5. Oh, not Malachi, Matthew chapter 5, verses 43-48. Okay. Now, here's the passage. First start at verse 44, or 43, sorry. You've heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, in order that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven. For he causes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. For if you love those who love you, what reward have you? Do not even the tax collectors do the same? And if you greet your brothers only, what do you do more than others? Do not even the Gentiles do the same? Therefore, you are to be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect. Okay. Now, Psalm 59, I'm not sure. Now, Christ was speaking to oral tradition in Matthew 5, but let's just take a look at that. I'm going to take a quick read of Psalm 59. 59. It's talking about delivering from my enemies, those who do iniquity, save me from men of bloodshed. Now, this is really sort of serious stuff here talking about here. Got the destroying wrath. So basically, these in Psalm 59, these are people who want to take your life, essentially. Okay, deliver me from those who do iniquity, who save me from men of bloodshed. For behold, they have set an ambush for my life. Fierce men launch an attack against me, not for my transgression nor my sin. For no guilt of mine they run and set themselves against me. Arouse thyself to help me and see. And thou, O Lord, God of hosts, God of Israel, awake to punish all the nations. Do not be gracious to any who are treacherous in iniquity. At the return of evening they howl like a dog and go around the city. Behold, they belch forth with their mouths. Swords are in their lips. They say, who hears? Okay. So this is a really sort of market. There's a difference here between the context of Psalm 59 and, say, Matthew 5. We look again at Matthew 5 again, and we go back to 43. This is not necessarily people who want to kill you in verse 43. Okay? You could have a whole bunch of enemies out there that don't want to actually kill you, believe it or not. These are new, fresh enemies. Yeah. Do both define enemy with the same definition? No. I think they're using enemies here in two different ways. Okay. No. These are your standard everyday office building enemies. Okay. Okay. If you've ever been in the corporate world for any time, you probably have some enemies, but none of them really want to kill you. Okay. So good to know. Okay, so the enemies here in Matthew 5 these are not people who are out for your to kill you. They don't want to do you physical harm. These are just people who wish you harm. Okay. They're not waiting out in the lobby of your office building with knives ready to stab you in the back. Literally. Now they may be hoping you fall down the stairs and break your neck, but they're not there to push you down. Okay. Okay. Elegant Robinson says, office building enemies. Ha ha ha. Can relate so much to this statement. Yeah, so essentially Matthew 5 is talking about your office building enemies, not the ones that are out to really kill you. Psalm 59 is talking about the ones that are really out to kill you. Okay? The ones that are in Matthew 5, these are the ones that are out to destroy your career. Okay? Maybe slander you. Basically do those other kinds of harm to you. But they're not physically out for your blood. Okay? So that's a different thing here. Now, it is true that Matthew 5 comes out of, say, a very oral tradition of that was taught in rabbinic circles, say in the 2nd century BC and onward, where the Israelite basically teaching amongst the rabbis was sort of an us versus them mentality. It's an us versus them mentality that began with the Maccabean revolt. And this is where we kind of see the origins of this, where the Seleucids were not the greatest rulers, so that when the Maccabees were, overwhelmed by the Seleucids, they took matters in their own hand and sort of hated their enemies and killed them. Okay? So there was that background to the rabbinic teaching that led up to this oral tradition. So it did come out in, say, that oral tradition where, your sadist people, it became an aphorism. It became an aphorism. Love your neighbor, hate your enemy. Well, you were told to love your neighbor because your neighbor was just like you. It was just like you. He was another Israelite. Okay? So they had made that sort of distinction here of loving the guy next door because he's an Israelite just like you. But that guy over there in the city, he's a Seleucid. Hate him. Hate him. So this became an aphorism in rabbinic culture that eventually, percolated into, say, Israelite feelings towards, say, the Romans. So this continued on in a very sort of toxic way. What was it? Okay, Algot here makes a different distinction here. Would be a differentiation in a enemy that enables you to commit sin and enemies that force their sin on you. There is a differentiation there. There is a differentiation there that you could make. This is kind of the difference too, like, for example, when Christ tells his disciples to buy a sword, sell your cloak and buy a sword, it's to prevent the disciples from being robbed as they travel all over the Roman Empire. Okay? They're going to be traveling alone. They're going to be traveling and potentially being robbed as they travel. So they need protection to prevent that. There's not that hatred there. They're not hating the robber, per se, on a personal level. They're preventing the violence from happening against them. In the case of Psalm 59, these are people that are forcing in your dichotomy here, forcing the sin of violence upon you. Whereas in the case of Matthew 5, the ideology here of that rabbinic oral tradition is to use hatred against those you don't like. And we know from Christ's Olivet Discourse that, or Sermon on the Mount, that if you hate your brother, you've committed murder already in your heart. So, Christ has gone, the extra mile here. Okay. He says, okay, love your neighbor. And then love your enemy. Love your brother, love your neighbor, love your enemy. You're supposed to have love for those who hate you. It doesn't mean you have to let them kill you. It doesn't mean you have to let them rob you. But it does mean that you have to love. even though the other person really has the worst intention for you. But at the same time, too, you don't have to let them do violence to you. So there is that difference there. So love your neighbor, but you don't have to let them do violence or rob you. You don't have to let them do harm to you. Basically, force their sin on you, as you would put it here. So that would be the differentiation here. So the rabbinical oral tradition here of math that he's pointing out, he's correcting here in Matthew 5, is basically that us versus them, that, again, originated with the Seleucids, got carried on into their thoughts against the Romans. And he rubs it in. He rubs it in, especially in verse 46 here. Verse 46, if you love those who love you, what reward have you? Don't even the tax collectors do the same? The tax collectors are the symbol of Rome. They are the presence of Rome. They are the agents of the Roman Empire. How are you any better than the agents of the Roman Empire? These guys you say you hate because they're your enemy. How are you any better than the agents of the Roman Empire? That's got to sting. You're a first century Israelite. That's going to sting. Because it's going to expose your righteousness as filthy rags. That's kind of the point. Kind of the point. These aphorisms, even though they were perceived as wisdom, were really dirty rag righteousness. So anyway, I want to thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, a couple more here, and then a couple more slip in here. We'll take this last one here from Christian Mouse and any other super chats for the night, because after 12 already, we're just going to say thank you and not answer it. Okay, so you've been warned. I want to thank Jack Ray for 5 memberships and another 5, so 10 in total. Thank you very much for those super chats. See, a couple more slipped in. Okay. Algot Robinson here. Oh, we got that already. Sorry. Vermin to Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. EC in the background is truly creeping me out. Could be. Could be. He's watching you. Mr. EC's always watching. That's funny too. Kiara says, the time to be concerned is when you don't see Mr. EC lurking in the background. That means he's close. Ooh. Ooh. Jack Ray. Mr. EC disappearing and stopping like a cat creeping up on you. All right, let's take that last super chat here and then call it a night here, because we are well past midnight now. Okay, Christian Mouse for $5. Thank you very much for that super chat. He asks, would you consider making a video on the Kenite Midianite hypothesis? I think a lot of Christians interested in Bible biblical studies would benefit. Yeah, sure. We would consider doing it. There's not a huge amount of information, though. Most of the sources for the Kenite Midianite hypothesis actually come from the Bible itself. So it's not like we have a lot of secondary sources for it. But I think the hypothesis hypothesis makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good, solid hypothesis. I think it's the best working hypothesis. It's much better than the Northern Levantine hypothesis. I'll give it that. And it's the one that I think is most consistent with the biblical record. Okay. So, we would definitely consider doing a video on it, but I don't know how long it would be. We'd have to see how the scripts work out on that, but no promises, but we'd definitely consider doing it. All right? So, is there any other business we had on the night, hun? Or are we good? Okay. Just because we had so many super chats tonight, I think we're going to call it without doing any non-super chats, because it is midnight already. Yeah. We covered most everything, so with that said, we're going to call it a night at this point. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It was another great live stream with lots of good questions. I want to thank those who donated to us through PayPal and through the super chats. Thank you so very much. You guys really put food on our table and keep us going full time. We cannot do it without you. The vast majority of what this channel earns is through super chats and through those donations. So we want to thank you so very much. It really keeps this channel going. We also want to thank our Patreon and our membership subscribers. Thank you especially to Jack Ray, who keeps the YouTube memberships, full. You guys keep the power on and also contribute to our monthly income. We really do very much appreciate that. Finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who basically watch our videos, hit that like button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms, because that exposes us to other platforms where we don't have a normal presence. With that said, thank you very much for watching. We're so glad you could join us, and we will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.